Yes, good evening, everyone. So, welcome to the ISMSICS mega debate. And we also have a very star studded galaxy of international faculty along with us here, who will be introduced by Dr. Amulya Sahu very soon. So, here the title of this mega debate is It's Not Just the Nation, but the Whole Planet Wants to Know. So, we have chosen a very hot, controversial, debatable topics which will be debated by our eminent speakers in a nice way, in a smooth way, in a healthier way. I'm sure about it. And I'm not trying to act here like Arnab Goswami, because although he is one of my, I'm just one of his fan of Arnab, and that is where the title, it's not just the nation, but the whole planet wants to know on these topics. So without wasting much time, I'll quickly ask our founder chairman of ISMSICS Society, Dr. Amulya Sahu sir, to please introduce our first speaker, Dr. Abhay Vasavada.
I think Abhay, good. We have grown up with Abhay. Welcome, Abhay.
Thank you. Thank you.
He is one of our torch bearers and always an inspiring figure in Indian ophthalmology. And we have he is such a scientific brain. We always look to few points from him and try to improve our skill. So welcome, Abhay, and we want to benefit from your presence.
Thank you.
And Dr. Boramani sir, you want to just start open it?
Yeah, our first speaker is Dr. Abhay Vasavada. Dr. Abhay Vasavada doesn't need any introduction. He is a world-renowned eye surgeon and a great researcher. He is from Ahmedabad, India. Dr. Abhay Vasavada's introduction, if I want to tell the details, it will take almost 2 hours. So I'll just say 2-3 lines about him. He has been awarded Binkos Gold Medal Lecture at ASCRS in 2011. He was also awarded the doctorate by Hungarian University. He has more than 200 presentations to his credit, and he is a PhD guide for at 3 major universities. With this short introduction, I request Dr. Abhay Vasavada to start his talk on cataract surgery made for you. Over to Dr. Abhay. Yeah.
Thank you, ISMSICS Society and Dr. Amulya Sahu, founder chairman, and all my friends. It's such a pleasure to really share my views on this cataract surgery. This is my financial disclosure. Cataract surgery made for you. I've been talking about it from a patient's perspective, that with improved precision and predictability and the preoperative outcome and performance, improved outcome of whatever the cataract surgery you're doing, we are able to do that. We have improved IOL power calculations and different technologies helping us. And the best part is that there are so many options of IOL to suit the patient's lifestyle and his requirements. So I think that has been sorted out very well. But the question is, what about us, the surgeon? Do we really need to customize every time we have the different kinds of situation here? So that's what is the interest of next few minutes for me. I'm not able to move my presentation here somehow.
You need to start sharing your screen, sir.
No, it's already shared.
Already we can see.
Dr. Abhay sir, please click on that slide and then press the arrow button.
Yeah, okay. So, right, thank you. I think there are many opinions, and I believe that SICS is the best in many situations, and so is the phacoemulsification in many situations. And some very few, though, believe that many other newer tricks like FemFlex or Zepto, Rexus assisted or capsulase, and many other tricks to divide the nucleus are really the best. So the best part is that we have many options to suit. So what is that I should choose? What is the right kind of technique in terms of surgical performance for me to adapt and excel. And that really will depend who am I, what is my experience, where I am practicing, and do I have that curiosity in mind to excel and evolve and refine and so on. But keep in mind, every technique, every method has its own advantages, and it also comes with some baggage and some disadvantages. But the philosophy of practice that you are involved in terms of the, particularly for international ophthalmology, is that are you into a community service? In other words, are you into an organization or institute where you really are loaded with number of patients, and your primary objective is to really cope with that load with balancing the economics of the geography you're practicing? Remains one consideration. Are you in a solo or a group practice, which is some kind of a money-making situation? And do you want to continue to stay ahead of the time and of the curve of the refinement in this cataract management? You need to also consider what kind of these top-class cataract modalities, surgery modalities that we have, depending upon the environment in the eye, like shallow chamber, bad corneas, the types of cataracts, and associated comorbidity. I think it's very common sense that we would do that. But I want to tell you why I chose phacoemulsification at the time when I chose it. At that time, I started with extracapsular surgery, large incision, and then changed and evolved into the manual SICS at that time, in late 80s. And then at that time, SICS, when phacoemulsification was introduced to me in 1990, it didn't appear as refined as it is today. And I believe SICS took a much longer time to develop, and it should not have taken. And there are reasons why it took longer time. But if I had that SICS progressing at the pace, the phacoemulsification, perhaps I could have been a SICS specialist today. And therefore, I could never master the SICS at the time of my career and my change. And I continued evolving with phacoemulsification. Phacoemulsification, like the modern MSICS today in 2020, has the same advantage of the closed chamber technique, little more than the SICS, but practically the same, and has the ability to titrate the capsular rex's opening depending upon the size of the bulk of the cataract and some other issues associated with, little more technology dependent than the skill dependent. And there is a debate whether it is more protective to endothelium or not. But the fact is that the modern SICS is almost, if not quite equal to phaco in all these criteria and many others, because of the evolution that has occurred in last few years in the recent time. I and few of others, not many, decided to move on to flex as well, because of certain advantages in a routine cataract, but particularly in some kinds of difficult cataracts, as we discovered that our rate was lower with this kind of approach, from 8 or 9% with inside-out delineation, the manual technique with this kind. And also we've discovered recently that the shallow chambers had a clearer corneas and less impact in the first 1 or 2 weeks, although at the end of a month, everything was comparable, and so on. But the few of the videos you see now, you can produce the same with your hands in MSCS or in a femto or the Zapto or capsulase and many other things. So I think now we have many options of creating rexes where it was not possible consistently to achieve that every time. And then in a very unique situation also, you have an option of creating rexes of your side at the location you want to do. So I think the other options of this modern extracapsular surgery of the Phaco versus MSICS in 2020 today, I don't think there is a great difference in actual performance and almost comparable outcome with some one or two small caveats, but it's not that great. And now, because we learned over the years how to customize the outcome for individual person, we have mastered and preoperative evaluation to almost perfection. We have a lot of precision in the technology and in the performance, so that we are able to produce predictably outcome even with MSICS today. So made for you customization is very much possible to make the patient happy with this MSICS as well. My only concern now here, if I'm a phaco surgeon and if I have a struggle, and that depends on what stage of the cataract removal I have a struggle, should I convert to SICS or a large incision extracapsular surgery? I would caution you to jump into it and question yourself some of these, because you can make the damage more if you're not very proficient in the technique that you are going to change, or if you have not understood the management of the vitreous, which is the common reason that you need to convert it. So if you are very proficient in the technique that you're going to convert to large incision extracapsular surgery, or the modern MSICS is fine. But remember, the key to decide the fate of the eye is how you manage and understand the vitreous management. So I would suggest that there is a very good option called bye-bye technique. In other words, let your colleagues, and in the modern times, it's very important that we manage our cataracts, co-manage with our other specialists in our setup. If you have own setup or other colleagues, and you may have to refer them in the evening or the next day or whenever it's possible. But that probably in many situations will be less harmful to the eye in the longer run than having that issue of removing that nucleus. Remember, when there's a PCR and vitreous prolapse or vitreous coming out, our aim is not to remove that sinking nucleus material and anyhow with scaffold or whatever the technique, but our main aim should be, I believe, is to prevent an acute intraoperative vitreoretinal traction and damage. So with that in context, I would urge you to consider bye-bye technique if you don't fall into those two categories. Now, when you decide to have a technique, and that's perception of the patient, but also perception of your team, you can make a case for SICS, Phaco, Flex, whatever, on a scientific merits and on your experience and judgment, and meet with this dilemma of this: is it going to be experimental? Is it really good? Or is it just because of this so-called lasers, robotic, and making money and so on? So I think appropriate understanding, conviction of the conception and perception of the teamwork and the patient is the key to decide which made for you will be your technique. But remember, we all understand that real problem is this money. And now in the COVID area, and we are looking forward for these presentations, is going to be even more relevant. That the economy, global economy is now sinking. We need to be very conscious and realistic about what you adapt and make for your technique. So I think having understood that modern 2020 options of manual small incision cataract surgery, phacoemulsification, the other modalities of Rex's generation of flags and other techniques are are very good or comparable, master the technique you feel is the best suited to you in your geography, the way you have a strategy of your practice and your patients, and accept and tell this patient counseling. Counseling is very important, and tell the patient correctly, is it really safe? Do you believe it's going to produce, is more precise in your hand and your situation, in your cataract, in your environment? And be open-minded when you're confronted with the questions or discussion with the patient, and be honest to the patient. Be ethical to the patient and your team. So thank you for patient hearing on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Abhay sir. It was a wonderful presentation where you were very clear and you are telling which one to choose, which best suits the surgeon and the patient. So we have our eminent panelist here with us, Dr. Boni Anderson. Dr. Amulya sir, you want to introduce Dr. Boni, please?
Yes. Boni, everybody knows in India. I think she has been a friend of our ISMSICS for a very long time. And she is the past president of ASCRS, a wonderful human being and educator par excellence. And she has been conducting regularly the SICS courses in America and ASCRS. I have been a part of her course also. It's a pleasure always to meet her and listen to her. So welcome, Boni, to this illustrious gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Amulya, and thank you for your vision of creating ISMICS. I think it's such an important mission around the world. So it's an honor to be with you all. And thank you, Dr. Abhay Vasavada. Fantastic lecture as always. And I agree with a lot of your points. Always agree with you because you're such a wise man. So I think it's always a good idea to agree with Dr. Abhay on all matters. But specifically, I think I just want to reiterate his point that, I'm a phacosurgeon and I'm a novice SICS surgeon, and I learn from all of you. So, it's almost silly for me to be a panelist. I'm really here to learn from you all. But I think the point that I just want to reiterate is that as a surgeon, we need lots of tools. Not one tool is right for every case. So similarly, the phaco technique or manual small incision technique, I think every cataract surgeon should really learn all these techniques, no matter what you do on a daily basis or what country you live in, because cases arise where one technique is better. So similar to an IA tip, a slightly curved tip is not useful all the time. Sometimes you need a 45-degree angle tip or a 90-degree. So, I really think it's important to learn. So thank you for an excellent presentation, and I look forward to learning more from all of you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Any panelists want to add, or we'll go to the next one because we'll have a lot of time at the end for the panel discussion. Next, I think we'll move on with our first debate, right? So a very nice saying I would like to quote here is, for good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, and debate. And that is why we have the debate here today. The first debate is going to be on the carbon footprint in OR. That is, we need to reuse and recycle, will be spoken by Dr. Madhu Uddaraju. Dr. Madhu Uddaraju is a director of Sri Kiran Eye Institute in Kakinada. He's a cornea and refractive surgeon trained at Arvind Eye Institute and a medical director of Balakrishna Center of Eye Donation and Eye Foundation. So with this, we have his opponent, a fierceful opponent who is very well known now because of his life beyond ophthalmology. He has been conducting it very well. He is the member ARC of North Zone, Chairman Scientific Committee of Rajasthan Ophthalmic Society, and Director for Rawat and Eye and Phaco Surgery and Jaipur Laser Vision Center. So we'll go with our first topic, which is a very important topic. So why we have chosen this is, we all know that destruction of the environment is one of the most significant challenges of our century, and medical industry plays no small role. In fact, in a study done in United States, healthcare sector is responsible for 10% of the country's total greenhouse gas emissions, 10% of its smog formation, and 9% of its ozone depletion. And even in a study done in United Kingdom, says that Performing the surgery, that is one phaco surgery, is equivalent of driving an automobile for nearly 400 miles. So let us see whether we need to go with the reusable and recyclable, or it is just sterility is utmost importance and disposable is the way to go. So I now call upon our first speaker on the debate, Dr. Madhu Uddaraju, to speak for reusable and recyclable. Dr. Madhu. Madhu, your time starts now. 6 minutes.
Yes, sir. A very good evening to all of you. I firstly thank ISMICS and especially Srinivas Joshi sir for giving me this golden opportunity. And I think if our next generation has to look at scenes like this, we all need to be aware of our carbon footprint, and there is no other way but to reuse and recycle. So the scope of this talk would be under the following headings: how we felt inspired to do this study, why we need to do it, a small review of literature, we'll share our experience and how we changed after knowing the impact. So the inspiration, of course, is our alma mater, Arvind. You know that recycling and reusing and being cost effective is in the DNA of Arvind. Being trained there, we were all very used to doing this kind of practices. However, it was Dr. D.S. Morris from Cardiff Hospital from the London who did his first study on carbon footprint in 2013, and followed by Dr. Venkatesh from Arvind Pondicherry and Cassandra, who compared the carbon footprint of cataract surgery from India to the Western world. So why we need to be more aware? We all know that cataract surgery is the most commonly performed surgery in the world. And as Srinivas sir was telling, when we did our study, doing one phaco surgery in India was almost driving a car for 45 kilometers, and doing one SICS surgery was driving a car for around 16 kilometers. So this was the first study done in London, where the average cataract surgery produced a waste of 181 kilograms of carbon dioxide. And this study was done in 2011 with nearly 2,000 phacos done in that center. And the total waste produced was 405 tons in the total emissions. And these were the later studies done by Dr. Venkatesh sir and Cassandra that I was speaking about. And here what Srinivas sir was mentioning, so it was almost in UK, if you had to do a cataract surgery, it's equivalent to driving a car for 500 kilometers. Whereas in Arvind or most of our hospitals, it would be equivalent to 25 to 30 kilometers because of our efficiency. So inspired by this, we wanted to evaluate our annual carbon footprint of cataracts in our institute. So in 2017, we performed around 10,342 surgeries. So using online calculators and taking cues from previous studies, we did the calculation. So what we found out was each phaco produced a waste of 365 grams, producing 9 kilograms of carbon dioxide, whereas each SICS produced 150 grams of waste, producing 3.2 kilos. So total our surgical emissions were equivalent to 55.3 tons. And the interesting point to note was phaco surgery was produced 2.5 times more waste when compared to SICS. And in the electricity emissions, again, phaco machine consumed around 11 tons. And the general air conditioning, if it's a single room, it was 3.4. It was daycare, it was 5.5, but the numbers vary. In single room, only 662 patients stayed, but they consumed 3.4 tons. Whereas in a sharing room, which we did major of our surgeries, that is nearly 4,000, only 5.1 tons was emitted. And common electrical appliances were around 15.5 tons. And again, coming to the paid cases or phaco cases, the transport emissions by the patients were nearly 20 tons. Similar number of patients in campsites as they were transported in a single bus to and fro, it was only 1/4. Only 5.2 tons of carbon dioxide was emitted in SICS cases. So totally, our emission as a hospital for doing cataract surgery, excluding procurement carbon dioxide emissions, was 106.8 tons. And we attributed to 1.6% of the total carbon footprint of our state, Andhra Pradesh, in 2017. A single eye hospital doing a single type of surgery. So then you can imagine the total number of cataracts that are being done in India and the carbon footprint that we'll be producing cumulatively. So what are the changes we made? So first of all, we tried to go back to our good old reusable gowns. So in that, we were able to reduce the waste by 5.4 tons and reduced by nearly 30 lakhs. Even if you include the Dobie cost, the electrical cost, and even if you had to buy an industrial grade washing machine and everything, still you would be saving around 25 lakhs per year if you are doing 10,000 cases in an annum. And the next part was the brolly drape, the head drape, the eye towel, and the packings that were being used in the sterilization. Here again, we reduced our waste almost by 14 tons, and we could save around 7 lakhs with this intervention. And coming to Phaco, here we have several kind of Phaco machines where you have to dispose your cassettes, or you can use a reusable cassette. So if it's a disposable cassette, the total amount of waste produced was 75 kilos. And when you compare it with a machine that has recyclable cassettes, the waste is only 1.8 kilos. So that's a huge difference. And that's why if you are going to plan for multiple Phacos, especially in a high volume setup, you need to balance and have both kind where you need not depend entirely on disposable cassettes. And coming to the blade handles, this was the most useless thing we were doing, because this handle, the plastic handles we were using were like some cheap pens or ballpoint pens we were using. But we went back to our old, this metal objects where you can just, metal handles where you can just dispose of and reattach the tips. So this was having a good heavy feel, and it had a very classical feel to it. And with this also, we could reduce the wastage by 7 tons, and we could save around 4 lakhs by introducing this old things that we were already doing. And I know that sterility is very, very important. So we compared our sterility rates after we did this intervention. In 2017, our end-off rate was 0.07. And in 2018, it was 0.03. However, there is a confounding factor here. After the Arvind study, we gave uniformly intracameral moxie in all our cases in 2018. So that could be one confounding factor where the end-off rate could be low. But still, we were doing good when we were using reusables. So I think as a team, we need to communicate with the industry about compact packing, unnecessary papers, and also ask them to promote reusable and sustainable consumables. So my take-home message is we need to adopt a balanced approach without compromising on the sterility principles. And finally, one tree can absorb 21 kilos of carbon dioxide per year. That's approximately equal to 1 cataract surgery. Counseling, if we can counsel our patients to plant 1 tree after cataract surgery, it will make them carbon neutral. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Madhu. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now let's quickly move on to Dr. Harshul Tak, what he has to say. Is Madhu more curious on riding cars and this fancy things, or you have anything else to say, Dr. Harshul?
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah. So good evening, everybody. At the outset, I'd like to thank the entire committee of ISMSICS, Dr. Amulya sir. Just a minute. Dr. Boramani and Dr. Srinivas for giving me this wonderful opportunity. So in today's era, we all know that sterility is of paramount importance. So disposable is the way to go, especially today in the COVID era, where there are high chances of transmitting the infection from one patient to other. So as Florence Nightingale, who is the founder of the modern nursing, said, that no stronger condemnation of any hospital could be pronounced from the single fact that infectious disease have originated in it, or that such a disease has attacked other patients than those brought in with them. We need to be very careful about the sterility and the infection control. Just to counter what Dr. Madhu has said, yes, of course, we need to be careful of our carbon footprints to save our Mother Earth. But there are many other ways, first, to decrease our carbon footprint rather than to compromise on the sterility and the of our patients whose eyes are precious. If we look at this data from the 4 major economies, India per capita only contributes 1.83 metric ton of CO2 emissions per year. And if you compare to US, it contributes 16 metric ton per year. So we contribute very little. And there are very many ways to decrease our carbon footprint. The biggest way is to not to decrease our air travel, to decrease our motor transport, to go with a bicycle, to ride a bicycle, go with the carpool, to conserve, to use solar energy, to decrease the electric consumption in our household, in our workplace. So there are many ways by which we can decrease the carbon footprint, which can make a difference. So now, what are the advantages of disposables which we get? We always get the safety and reliability if we use them. We get the best quality in each and every patient. Sterility is ensured. The ease of use. And in India especially, I can say that we have now competitive cost if I compare with the reusable instruments. And of course, there is no repair or maintenance cost of these disposable equipments. And ethically and legally also, they are safe. Let me tell you that what is the stand of the regulatory agencies in India about reusing the single-use devices. In India, there is no regulation for reuse. Drug and Cosmetic Act states that devices must be used according to the labels. So if the label says single-use device or single-use disposable, we can't reuse it. US FDA also now has developed a 3-class licensing system for reprocessing. So if we are reusing them or if we are reprocessing them, then we need to take prior approvals, and then it comes in all the ophthalmic devices, they come in the class 3 critical device. And US FDA says that the third-party reprocessor and the hospital, whosoever is doing the reprocessing, they are responsible for the consequences. So let's see, what are the disposable devices we use in ophthalmology and which are not very costly, which can easily be used as a disposable devices? Are viscoelastic solutions, surgical gloves, knives. Knives should never be reused. Balanced salt solutions, ophthalmic drapes, fluid management devices, disposable instruments like cannulas especially should never be reused. Sutures, ocular dyes, trypan blue or other dyes, iris hooks, BX ring, CTR, Sioni ring, microkeratome blades, LASIK irrigation cannula, marker pens, and VR surgery micro incision instruments, which are especially 25 and 27 gauge instruments. So what are the risks of reusing and reprocessing? Reprocessing is equivalent to manufacturing the device, and it's a regulated activity. If third party, as I said, reprocess it or hospital reprocess it, then they have to take licenses. It's not there in India, but there can be legal implications if any untoward consequences happen. Then there are technical issues that we need to know the design specification, we need to know the validation variation on functionality, and we can't trace the reprocessed device. And there are, of course, operational issues that quality can't be good. There are, of course, risks for patients. So what are major concerns with reuse and reprocessing? Of course, there are chances of endophthalmitis. And more than endophthalmitis is the TAS, that is toxic anterior segment syndrome. And we all know that ASCRS task force suggested what are the major causes of TAS is the inadequate cleaning of surgical instruments. There can be contamination of surgical instruments or IOLs. It may be because of the preservatives in the drugs which we use intracamerally. It may be because of inadequate flushing of cannulas, use of enzymatic detergents, and use of ultrasound bath is also a very common factor. So these are the major recommendations to decrease the TAS. which we all should be careful of. And we should never reprocess or reuse our surgical gloves also, as many people use it. So my take-home message is use disposable as much as possible and use minimum recycled devices, taking care of all the recommendation by task force of ASCRS, and never try to reprocess OVDs, BSS, knives, cannulas, intracameral drugs, surgical drapes, surgical gloves, dyes, or IOLs. And in the end, of course, you can decrease your carbon footprint by pedaling your cycle or by using solar energy. I think that's a much better way than to risk the sterility of the patient's eye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harshal. You have countered it very nicely. And also, I think Dr. Madhu, what do you say? Because he is now quoting about the ASCRS guidelines and all those things. And we all know in India, it's the disposable is not that much used, and the more reusable and recyclable is used. So 1 minute rebuttal time for you, Dr. Madhu.
Yes, sir. In India, actually, I think for us, we have a regulatory thing, especially if you are an NABH accredited ECO, they have certain guidelines where you can safely reuse certain things, and we are an NABH hospital. So there are things that we reuse safely without compromising on sterility, sir. Even multi-vial, multi-packs you can use from the same vial, like BSS and all. It's not practically to keep a new thing for every case. That is what I feel, sir.
Dr. Harshal?
See, the Drug and Cosmetic Act clearly says that we can't reprocess anything. It has to be used according to the label, what it says. If it says it's a single use, it has to be single use. See, in-house processing we can do, but still there are no third-party processors, reprocessor, or like in America, in America there are third-party reprocessors. Then the owners lie on the third-party reprocessor or on the hospital. They have to take US FDA approval, and they become manufacturer now. So they have to take all the prior approvals for all these things.
Thank you, Dr. Harshal. I now invite our eminent panelist and President-elect, Dr. Barun Naik, sir. Dr. Parikshit, sir, you want to just quickly introduce Dr. Barun Naik, sir, please? Yeah, Barun Naik, sir, as we all know, is a wonderful human being, and he is the president-elect of the prestigious All India Ophthalmic Society. And now, Barun, sir, what do you think is the verdict? Whether we have to go in for the reusable and recyclable, or you want to go in for the disposables, that is the only way to go?
I think both the speakers, Dr. Madhu and Harshul, has put up their point very, very efficiently. And it was really eye-opener when Dr. Madhu was talking about, because I personally, I am little biased towards reusing it. Maybe the cost factor, maybe the other factor which I'm considering, but it's not that I am neglecting whatever Dr. Harshul said. But basically, we are forgetting that all these, we are falling prey to tricks of the company. But if you see the same company earlier, they used to produce something with less consumables. Now they just suddenly come up, say, sir, now we cannot provide this, and you have to use this disposables for each and every case. So basically, they are also trying to earn more and more and sell more and make more profit. That is, so we are falling prey to this. And in this connection, I just want to tell you one thing, because I have also advocated to the government of India with the help of a society over here in Mumbai. The medical legal society is a society. So with that, we had one seminar, and after that, whatever the outcome was, so a lot of issues were discussed. One of the issues was reusable, and I was involved in reusable things. So in this, I just want to tell you, because the company was, Harshul said that you can't reuse because the law doesn't allow it. Yes, I agree. And in the court of law, you will always be caught, because company are very clever. They will put one round circle, put write two inside and a cross mark. What that indication is that you cannot use it for the second time. So in case by any bad luck, if you have to go to, your case goes to court with infection, they will not tell you, they will not try to find out where was the fault. They will just simply, doctor, did you see this? Yes. Then did you see this mark? Do you know what does mean? Yes. Then why did you use this? And then immediately the lawyer and everyone will pounce on you. So for this, because I had two different things, because just I'll take one more minute. That one knife which I used to use, BD knife, which comes with a hood, so that it protects the tip. For anything, suppose just I am giving one example for knife, because knife, what are the two criteria which I am concerned? One is quality, sharpness. Second is sterility. So if my hospital, the hood is basically provided so that it doesn't get spoiled. Now, whereas my hospital can sterilize a diamond knife, then why my CSSD department of our hospital cannot be competent enough to sterilize this knife, which is just simply company has put forward that it is to be single use, disposable. So that is something we are unnecessarily falling prey, and definitely Dr. Madhu has put up his point very strongly. And one of my colleague who is a gastroenterology surgeon, he is very sarcastic. In the same discussion, what his comment was, which is worth mentioning, because he drives BMW. So he said, suppose tomorrow company puts this circle and two and cross it, do you think I'm going to throw this BMW car tomorrow? I'm not going to use it. So it's all the factor, all the cost and the price and everything matters. So ultimately, I think we have to be rational, and accordingly, we have to advocate to the authorities and the government for making this, whatever Harshul said, that in US there is third party which does that. So that kind of thing, I had advocated, but it was unsuccessful. So I want that they should come with bigger. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Naik sir rightly said that recently Maharashtra government is also in talks with FDA to start reusing and reprocessing the devices to decrease down the cost for Pradhan Mantri Yojana also. And that's true. If they allow, we are ready to do it, no?
Yes.
So Steve, can you add something to this? I am asking Steve.
I think Dr. Chang is commenting. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have a survey that was done, ASCRS and AAO, and it's coming out as a special report in the next month in JCRS. And we have 1,300, mostly North Americans responding. And overwhelmingly, 80% of surgeons would prefer reusable instruments and supplies. 8% prefer disposable. And this is really not a matter of safety. And what the survey shows is that everyone believes this is about manufacturers making profit, protecting their liability, and the regulations, just as you have in India, being too strict and giving no discretion to the surgeon, because we prescribe medicine off label all the time. We use our judgment, our scientific judgment. So this is all theoretical questions of safety. And I think the Aravind data is overwhelming when you show that even though they're reusing all of these things, their rate of infection is 2 per 10,000. And the United States, the IRIS registry shows that our rate is 4 per 10,000, even though we're wasting so much. And so I think the biggest culprit for OR waste and carbon footprint is the United States. You know, we're the leader in OR regulation. So please check out the survey next month.
Thank you. Wonderful. Dr. Sahu wants to make a quick comment. Dr. Chinmay.
I want Steve to contribute because he's involved in this, endophthalmitis cases. So,
yes.
Any point from you, Steve?
My comment would be simply that what we do is we use some of each. We have to look at every device we get, and irrespective of how it's labeled, we have a little bit more discretion than the Americans do. We choose how we use them. So when you look at different things that we use, OVDs have the highest risk of bioburden. Many years ago, when we sat on the OVD panels, different countries who sterilize their devices differently pushed to have OVDs accepted as being sterile with a bioburden of 1 in 1,000, which means that 1 in 1,000 syringes you get is not sterile. Whereas everything else we get that is labeled as sterile is 1 in 1,000,000. And baked beans, which are sold in poor African countries, must be 1 in 1,000,000,000 because they're terribly afraid of getting epidemics of diarrhea in poor countries. So the sterility rates go baked beans are best, surgical knives are next, and OVDs are worst. Now, it depends where the OVD is made. The Swedish National Society decided that they didn't want to accept a high bioburden of OVDs, and so the OVDs made in Sweden, one group, the Helon group, made on the East Coast, and the other group made on the West Coast, have bioburdens of 1 in a million because they terminally sterilize them, and they're labeled as such. But the rest of them in the world, you never know. You hope that they're 1 in a million, but they may not be because they're not labeled as such. So I would never ever share an OVD for 2 eyes because you have a really high risk of it not being sterile. Also, the process of taking off the cannula when it's very viscous is dangerous with contamination. So, but then there are other things we have. So will we ever reuse a knife or something else? Well, we'll re-sterilize it if we want to. And we have some knives that come disposable and some that are reusable tips or whatever. We use diamond knives and they're re-sterilized. But we're very, very careful. And we have, you know, in North America, relatively expensive sterilizing machinery to make sure that what we do is good. So I think we're in the middle. And I agree with David that a lot of it is to make money because companies realize that their profit margins have really been shrinking when they cater to Phaco. And by making us buy everything new, they can sell more things and they can wrap it and sell as custom packs and all that stuff. That's an endless battle. So we all sit on the fence. We'd like to reuse some things, but we're stuck when we have to use them individually. Just be careful.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Steve, for the wonderful comments and the caution as well. So quickly, Dr. Chinmay, you want to say anything before we move on to the next talk by Dr. Steve?
Srinivas, the point that I was going to make would be repetitive. It was primarily to reiterate what Dr. Chang said, that the Arvind study with 237,000 patients clearly showed that they had lower, endophthalmitis rates compared to the IRI registry. So where safety is concerned, I do not think it's an issue. Primarily, where the talk is on the carbon footprint that is getting generated, we do have a responsibility to the future generations, and it's the right time to introspect and look into the possibilities. Lovely talk by the debaters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmay, for that crisp comment. Thank you very much. So let's move on to the next talk and the debate, which are very hot and very controversial. That is Phaco versus SICS. So before we start the debate, I request our eminent guest speaker from Canada, Toronto, Dr. Steve Ashinoff, to speak on the role of MSICS and Phaco in the COVID and the post-COVID era. I would request Dr. Sahu sir to please introduce Steve to all our viewers.
Steve Ashinoff, as usual, he's a handsome young man. He's the associate professor of ophthalmology and vision sciences, Global University at Toronto. He's a graduate from Baylor College of Medicine and Houston, Texas, and postgraduate from Toronto. But his interest areas are varied, and he's got interest in viscosurgical devices, Phacoemulsification, massive designing, and sequential bilateral cataract surgery, which he has founded and is the founder president. So it is, and he also interested in the prevention of endophthalmitis research. So his interest is varied, and we are fortunate to have him with us. Thank you, Steve. Welcome.
You can start your screen share, Dr. Steve.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me get this going. Okay, so as it turns out, the topic that was mentioned just now for me to speak on isn't quite what I was asked to speak about. So I'll talk about what I was first asked to speak about. But before that, I want to thank you for inviting me to take part in this really excellent symposium. It's always interesting to see the ideas that come from India and what's happening, because it's a very different viewpoint than from Canada or the United States. So what I'm going to talk about is where we stand now in the case for doing bilateral surgery, and has COVID-19 acted as an accelerator, or is it a natural evolution of practice? And whether you do phacosurgery, femtosurgery, or manual small incision cataract surgery, I think it's the way we're going to be going. And I'm going to show you why and some trends that have been happening in the world. These are my disclosures, none of which apply to this talk. So the question is, why perform immediately sequential bilateral cataract surgery? And the answer is very simple. It's better for the patient. It's really better for everybody concerned. Especially, I think, if you live in India, and a lot of the patients come from remote areas. It's hard for them to get to you. And to have them come twice with the families, it's a whole big ordeal. And I'm sure a lot of them never come back for the second eye. So if you can do both eyes at the same time and have them walk away cured, they're far better off. The same thing happens in Canada, where we have patients coming from northern parts of Canada. So the first major publication on bilateral surgery was done by me with my colleagues Yaning Strub and Ronit Yagev in 2003, and we had a very low complication rate and really excellent results. But it wasn't just me, or different parts of the world were doing the same thing, and the Finns were probably the first in the world to adopt bilateral surgery routinely, and by 2002 it was a routine in Finland for whoever wanted bilateral surgery to have it. Sweden was looking at it seriously, and Bjorn Johansson was publishing an article in the BJO at the same time as mine on his experience in Sweden. And the Canary Islands and Spain were very active. And uniquely, they submitted a study to the government of Spain. And the government of Spain was the only country I know of in the world that endorsed bilateral cataract surgery in 2006 through an act of parliament, when they reviewed the study and said that as far as they were concerned, it's equally safe and effective as unilateral surgery. So this is my experience. I've done about 11,000 bilateral surgeries, and about 80% of my cases are bilateral. It would be 90%, except that in some cases, the hospitals restrict me to doing bilateral surgery at some times because they don't get paid. So they say do unilaterals for a few days, and we do. In all of them, I give intracameral Vigamox, and I think it's critical to give intracameral antibiotics when you do bilateral surgery. Interestingly enough, I was involved in a symposium online with the University of Laval, where I've been to speak. It's in Quebec City. And the chairperson, Dr. Marie-Ève Lagarey, gave this talk a couple of days ago, showing how they've adopted bilateral surgery. And in 2016-17, they were doing 6% bilateral surgery. And then the year after, 22%, then 43%. And this year, up until the time that COVID started and they were stopped, 58% were bilateral surgery when they're giving the patients the choice to do it. And so all of the 14 surgeons in Quebec City, which is a smaller place than Toronto, are now doing bilateral surgery. And probably the rest of Quebec will adopt it also, similar to Finland. All of their cases receive intracameral moxifloxacin, the same as I've described, to use. And their infection rate actually fell to 1 in 14,500 from about 1 in 6,000 when they were doing unilateral surgery. And they've had no cases of bilateral simultaneous post-op endophthalmitis. This really reflects the global experience in those who adapt bilateral cataract surgery. They tend to do better and not worse. But the first person to do it was not one of us recently. No, it was Jacques Daviel, who in 1747, when he began to do extracapsular surgery, did them as bilateral cataract surgery. And he always did the left eyes first because that was his routine. It turns out I do left eyes first as well, not because of Jacques Daviel, because I didn't learn about him until much later. But after that, almost all of his surgeries were done as extracapsular surgery and as bilateral cataract surgery. So our society was formed in 2008. And here you see the founders, except for the guy taking the picture. There were 9 of us, and most were from Spain. You see the group from the Canary Islands is here from Spain. We had 2 British, 1 Swede, 1 Canadian, and 1 South African. And we've really been talking about it all over the world. And our goal really was, as we saw others adopting bilateral surgery, to try to make sure they were doing it safely, because different of us had different problems getting going, and we wanted to make sure everyone was doing things with sterility, using intracameral antibiotics and things like that. The society has one rule, and that is that if you have an unresolved complication with the first eye, for example, if you go and you get a small tear in the capsulorhexis, but you finish the operation and it's fine, and the lens in the bag, it's okay. But if you actually break the capsule and you lose vitreous, you're not sure if the lens is stable, then you should defer the second eye. And that's interesting because every single one of us who do bilateral surgery have found out that by far the best time to do the second eye is just after you finish the first eye, because anything peculiar with that patient will be fresh in your mind. And invariably, the second eye goes easier than the first eye and has a lower risk of complications. So we have this dilemma. A year after we started our society, we published this document, and we tried to call it general principles rather than guidelines, because we felt it was kind of aggressive saying they're guidelines when there were just at that point 15 of us in the society. But everyone who was doing bilateral surgery in the world piped in and put in comments, and we put together this document, which has become accepted really as a standard document for the world on how to do bilateral surgery safely. So if you want to do it, I suggest that you read this, whether you do ISMSICS or Phaco or Femto. The principles are the same. As time went on, I got put in jail in Brazil for recommending bilateral cataract surgery. I discovered it was illegal then at the time. And then I got criticized in many countries. In Boston, I was met by some lawyers when I talked about bilateral surgery in 2003. But anyway, eventually it got to the point where we had open debates, and I was surprised at two of these. The first one at ASCRS in 2014, when I had been to Colorado and talked to them about bilateral surgery, and I was not aware they had adopted it. And so when Ken Syverson got up to take the opposite side, he really took my side, and he said in the last few years they had totally changed to bilateral cataract surgery, and 80% of their patients were elected to have bilateral cataract surgery. And the next debate was at ESCRS the same year in 2014, and Jose Guel looked for criticism in articles where there could be higher complication rates in bilateral cataract surgery, and he couldn't find any. And he said that all the reports that he could find were supportive of bilateral surgery. And the only thing that he was concerned about is he felt that if we brought people in, did both their eyes, sent them home with no glasses or just eye drops, they would consider that bilateral surgery or cataract surgery was trivial and not take the care we wanted to take. So that I thought was not a severe concern. Other groups as well were entering into it, and this group helped me see from New York. We're going to be doing ISMSICS in Africa and Asia, and they asked me to travel to New York and give them advice on how to do it safely and make sure that things were going well. And they had a whole organization putting together methods of doing it quite cheaply and making their own surgical instruments and trays, and they were very organized. And I really haven't spoken to them in the last year or two, but I understand they're doing well in different places. And then an American, Sloan Rush, who interestingly enough happened to be the son of one of my good friends from medical school, Avery Rush. We were in the same medical school class. We both went into ophthalmology, and he published the first paper in the United States talking about how you could adopt American system finances to make it work in West Texas, where they are. And so the three of them, Avery and his two sons, Ryan and Sloan, were both involved in this study. So then now let me tell you some pearls. If you're going to do bilateral surgery, the things that you find out. Well, first is that when a patient comes to you with a cataract, and probably always in India, and very often in Canada and probably the US, the patient is not complaining about their bad eye. Because most people that aren't, let's say, doctors or lawyers, that are sort of the regular people we take care of, coming up to us and complain when their vision gets worse, not when one eye gets worse. And so it's almost always the better eye they're complaining about. And I didn't figure that out until I did a bunch of unilateral surgery on patients that had, let's say, a mature cataract in one eye and a moderate cataract in the other eye. And I would do the mature cataract eye, and they would come back and they would say, well, you know, doc, I now see better in the eye that you fixed, but the other eye seems worse to me, because of course they compared them. And I had to argue with them and explain to them that it was the other eye we were fixing. And so remember that it's the good eye that patients often complain to you about, the fact that they lost their driver's license because their good eye fell below 20/50 or so. And then there are many advantages that what the patients prefer bilateral surgery. There are fewer visits to come and see you, especially if they live far away. They don't lose monocularity or stereopsis. They return to normal life quickly. And my first patients in large groups were doctors, lawyers, people who were busy and that wanted refractive lens exchanges for being either high hyperopes or high myopes. And we could do those in Canada as early as 1990, whereas the Americans weren't doing them then. So I got a lot of American patients as well. And there are other things that when you change how they see, if you give multifocal lenses or if you change them from being a high ametrope to being ametropic, they adapt immediately when you do both eyes. If you do one eye and they're a high ametrope, they're going to see double until you fix the second eye. So they're not very happy. And you know, there are complications that occur sometimes in surgery. And oftentimes if a patient had a complication in one eye, even if it was resolved, they're reluctant to come back for the second eye. And I have two patients that are functionally blind because they had a terrible problem elsewhere with one eye, got referred to me, and are just too afraid to go ahead and do surgery in the second eye. So they walk around functionally blind and are too terrified to have surgery, despite my seeing them like 10 times and saying, I can do it with a femto, it'll be no stress for them, it's easy, and they don't want to do it. So then Javit was the first to publish from the Swedish outcome study that we actually get more improvement in our vision when the second eye is done than when the first eye is done. And that's an important thing to realize, because in some countries, like for example, Britain, they were reluctant to do second eyes in older patients because they felt that they already could see well out of one eye. But the truth is we see better when the second eye is done. And then our procedures are becoming quite quick, and we get better care by surgical staff and everybody. When someone doesn't stay in the operating room for 10 minutes, they're actually there for longer, and the patient stays in the whole place twice as long, and there's a lot more interest for them. And with COVID-19 pandemic regulations of having to wait between cases and sterilize the whole operating room and change the air, we can do many more cases in a day by doing bilateral surgery than unilateral surgery. And so that's a big advantage that came up with COVID, not expected. But the one I like the most is all these patients consented, but you get people that have problems in life and severe problems, and we can fix them. So I never or rarely did people that had severely amblyopic eyes before I was doing bilateral surgery. But then when I started doing them and they had a dense cataract in an amblyopic eye, a lot of the patients said, well, why don't you fix it anyway? I don't like the fact that it looks white. So I began to fix them. And I found out, lo and behold, when you correct them optically and then their eye is straightened, because I have a colleague who straightens them if they're not straight, often they see 20/40 and they improve over a number of years. And so I don't think amblyopic eyes are a lost cause. And when you fix them, when you do bilateral surgery, they do much better. And then you get patients that have psychiatric problems. I've done many patients that were actually dying with terminal cancer that couldn't read because they had bilateral cataracts. And if you do bilateral surgery, they're much happier. They can at least function and read for the last part of their life. One of the things I want to tell you to do is not just read these documents, but when you do things, make sure that you keep a good record of what's going in the right and the left eye. So I first made these things typewritten. I would post it on the microscope so I'd see that the nurses got what I asked them to get, and they told me, and they'd call it out like in a military role, what they were doing as they passed the lens. But now I actually prefer to handwrite them. And I write these things and I stick it on the microscope. So when the nurse tells me the lens is this kind of lens, this power, and the axis that we're working on is this, I know that I wrote it down in my handwriting and no one's changed it. And that way I've made no mistakes in the last 10 or 15,000 eyes. So it really helps. Make sure everything is independent, right to left for the two eyes, as if it's a different person when you do these. Next, be careful, use intracameral antibiotics. At first we learned that they help, they reduce infections, and now we've learned that even if you only care about money, you actually save money. It's cost effective and cost saving if you inject intracameral antibiotics. And even in what the rest of the world considers to be ridiculous cost in the United States at $20 per eye, it costs us in Canada less than $2 per eye, and it probably costs in India about 20 cents per eye to give intracameral moxifloxacin. So it costs us very little and is greatly beneficial. Be aware that people will come and make complaints about bilateral surgery because they don't want to do it for whatever reason. And the risk of endophthalmitis, as I showed you from Quebec, and in this study we did of the people who do bilateral surgery, with an infection rate of 1 in 17,000 and no bilateral infections, the infection rates are actually the lowest infection rates reported in the world. And then also be aware about people saying they changed the second lens. That may have happened in the days of ultrasounds, but it really hasn't happened to me since we got our first IOL master, and now with IOL masters and lens stars, and we do topography. It just doesn't happen. So theoretically it's possible, but it doesn't happen ever, as far as I can tell. When you want to discuss it and you want to write papers, make sure you use a terminology the society is approved of, only because that way everyone in the world uses the same terminology and you can follow it. Two of the interesting comments I got were given to us at various meetings, and the first one was by John Bolger in 2008 when he did some calculations. He lives in London, and he showed that the risk of getting bilateral endophthalmitis after bilateral cataract surgery is 1/3 as high as the risk of dying in a traffic accident for the extra visits required to come and see you if you do 2 unilateral procedures. So everything in life has risks, but the risk of dying in a car accident is higher than the risk of dying or having bilateral blindness from bilateral surgery. And then Olivia Lee calculated that the risk of bilateral endophthalmitis was 1/2000th the risk of dying from general anesthesia. And none of us ever worry about dying from general anesthesia, so I think it's not a significant risk. The real issue in the world is money. And in each country, people will do what pays the best. And now that COVID-19 has been occurring, everyone's rushing to consider bilateral surgery because it can make their ORs more efficient and they can make more money. That's the reality of life. So the question I have at the end is, what's going to happen in India in terms of ISMSICS? Well, if you look at the progression of cataract surgical techniques, I'm sure all the Indians at least know that the first cataract surgeon in the world was Sushruta, who began to do couching in 600 BC. And that was the same procedure used for over 2,000 years. As a matter of fact, Jesus apparently was a cataract surgery. Then we had to be able to extra caps and intracaps, and this went more and more rapidly. And now we're going to phaco and to femto. And I think that what's happened to me is I was surprised that my patients uptook femto so fast, because now over half of them elect for femto. And I think the same thing will happen in India. I think ISMSICS is excellent as you've improved it, but you will gradually go to the newer techniques, even though it's more expensive. As India's economy gets better, that's what will happen. So the rationale behind doing bilateral surgery, whether ISMSICS or phaco or femto, is it's just better for the patient, it's better for the family, it's better for society, it's better for whoever's insuring them. So in summary, bilateral surgery is increasing around the world, spurred on by COVID. Follow the principles of excellence proposed by the society. And the reasons opposing it have not been verifiable in literature. And the big issue is money. COVID-19 is pushing it. The documents for the ISBCS are now being kept on the Eye Foundation of Canada websites. If you want to access them, you get them through here. But if you type in ISBCS, it will take you to those documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. You have very elaborately told about both the techniques and the which one to choose. Again, you have said it very aptly that it's best left to the surgeon. Now, due to the shortage of time, we'll quickly move on to the debate 2. That's again the most hot debatable topic, that is whether it is phaco versus SICS has the COVID pandemic tilted the balance. So now we have our chairman, academic and research committee, wonderful human being, Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy, who is an eminent faculty who has presented in most of the national and international conferences, medical director of Eye Foundation, one of the pioneer in the cataract and the refractive surgery, and who is now debating with another stalwart, who is Dr. M.S. Ravindra, the director of Karthik Netralaya, and who has been one of the pioneer in SICS and has brought a lot of changes in the way we think about SICS in India. So here we go ahead. First 6 minutes to Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy. Madam, please go ahead. You are muted, madam. We are not able to hear you. Madam, you are muted. Please. No, please unmute yourself.
From admin, anyone can do this? Yeah.
Yes, madam, you have been unmuted. Go ahead.
1 minute, 1 minute. Okay. Very sorry for this. My very, very special thanks to Dr. Srinivas and the entire, my respected friends and seniors of MSI's group. And it's unfortunate that I'm going to talk something which they do not very much believe in. But then I'm so glad that I have Dr. Steve talking before me. And here I go. And let's all accept that it's going to be taken in the lightest sense because it's a debate. So in the COVID era, there have been trials and tribulations and again and again and again. And it has got stretched to the limit that today I am going to debate about phaco and its validity in the COVID era against SICS. And believe me, I don't know how I got myself into this predicament. The only time you would ever look back is to see how far ahead you are. And the hardest thing about life, about moving forward, is not looking backward. Believe me, these two sentences are a little contradictory, but then this is what I'm trying to convey to you, that the challenges of the hour should not make you backtrack on your footsteps. It just tells us that we need to circumvent ways to deal with a challenge. First of all, I don't even perceive a challenge. And then it helps you to understand your eminent technology even better. The corona or the COVID status does not call for a technological change. It talks about work safety, and the mantra today is to be safe. I'm not going to go on to this jargon of OT protocols, which all of us have heard in any number of webinars, but let's get to the crux of it. We've all come out of a lockdown, varied lockdown, but we have the same concepts clear. We have accepted a safe return to our work schedule with the same technology, with our same skills, but with a difference. Whether you do Phaco or whether you do SICS, the keep a watch, you mask the patient, of course you mask yourself. And do you advise COVID tests? Yes, there's a controversy to that, but you protect yourself, you're reasonably attired. The whole confusion came up with this experimental study that are aerosols generated during phacoemulsification. Then the next salient question is, that means you need to try out your different gadgets. And if you're using a phaco sleeve, an incision of 2.2 millimeters, and a phaco sleeve of 2.2 millimeters, it was found that there was no aerosol generation. I went further, Sheen. This was not just proved by me, but proved by other exponents that there was no visible droplets. So do I discontinue my debate and say that I've already told you there's no generation of aerosols and a perfect phaco is a safe surgery? But no, let's take it a little further. We have all accepted that the standard surgical antisepsis is using povidone iodine in all our cases. But now we also know that it reduces any theoretical viral load on the conjunctiva. We've also had studies wherein it has shown that 0.223% of povidone iodine used in vitro ensured a 99.99% reduction of the viral load. So then, let's look at this surgery again. A small side port has got created. The dye is injected, the viscoelastic is injected, and out comes only, there's no aqueous inside, it's just BSS and the viscoelastic which is there even before I have started doing my phacoemulsification. So then, the mean volume of intraocular fluid measured with OCT is just about 0.07. 99% of our population have an anterior chamber volume of less than 0.29 ml. If you use IA, it creates dilution of the anterior chamber fluid, which obeys the first order decay. That is, if you use 2 cc of BSS and it has circulated in, the aqueous concentration is reduced to less than 1%. And if you use your conventional aspiration flow rate of 20 to 40 cc per minute, it takes 3 to 6 seconds, mind you friends, in 99.7% of the population to ensure that your aqueous is out. So if you believe about these aerosols, why don't you do an IA for a minimum of 6 seconds before you start your active phaco? And why not use HPMC, and why not keep reapplying it every minute during phacoemulsification? I'm going to show you a surgery of phaco done in the COVID era. Intracameral xylocaine, dye, viscoelastic is injected, and out, as I had said earlier, the aqueous is out. The imagined virus load in the anterior chamber is out. And look at me, my 2.2 millimeter incision measured and done. And then I go on to my rhexis, a stained capsule, everything is done. A gentle hydro, I'm working with BSS and viscoelastic, my dear friends here. And then I go in with my phaco, and then liberal viscoelastic on the wound for your imagined aerosol. And then a hard cataract deserves a high energy, but I have the most stable parameters. I have the Century machine on. I have absolutely stable eye. I keep injecting, pouring viscoelastic over the wound because my friends believe that there could be an aerosol contamination. Look at my side port. There's no leak of wound. I've polished the capsule. I've injected the lens. I have done an absolute safe surgery. So what is a controlled safe surgery? You avoid spray or aerosol, done. You avoid cautery, my friends, because that could also cause aerosol, and there is no cautery being used in phacoemulsification. You stick to small structured wounds, and that's what phaco is about. You minimize entry and exit of instruments, and that's what phaco is about. Then what is this we are seeing? A conjunctival dissection, a cautery being used, a large incision being created. Why the hell do I go back? If I have a phaco, I can do a 2.2 millimeter incision, a 2.4 or a 2.8. But in the COVID era, I do a 2.2. But with SICS, of course, we have so many incisions. I have convex, straight, frown, chevron. But believe me, friends, we all know that these are large incisions. If you want to understand about astigmatism impact, whether you do your straight incision, your frown incision, or your V incision, the astigmatic impact is significant, easily over one diopter of astigmatism. SICS in any number of studies says there's greater astigmatism. So if you have a long incision, what am I arguing about? Your healing is delayed. There could be post-op problems. There could be high femur. There could be iris prolapse. Definitely a longer visual rehabilitation. And yes, probably increased post-op follow-ups. We don't want that in the COVID era, do we? So delight is beyond satisfaction. With SICS, delight would possibly be a dream. But friends, if there is no phaco, no LRCS, no multifocal, where is delight? You know, we could do phaco, a small incision phaco, and easily do a trab on the side, a squint on the side, and the pterygium on the side. But if I've done an SICS, I have really buggered up the conjunctiva, and I don't know whether I want to sit temporally, I want to sit nasally. How do I deal with all the mess of the conjunctiva which I've already created? When the going gets tough, friends, the tough gets going. Look at these surgeries, which I'm going to show you. With an SICS, is a large wound. This is a dense hard cataract, a high hypero, and a shallow anterior chamber. This is a small pupil. Look at me doing the phaco without an iris flutter. Look at this hard, dense cataract, an intumescent hard cataract. Look at me, the ease with which I'm doing the surgery. Of course, I could do SICS. I would create a large incision. I would insert erectus and get the nuclear fragment out, or I would bisect it, or I would fracture it. But I would not be able to do in a 2.2 millimeter incision, and I would need cautery. So the idea is to optimize your surgical outcomes, be precise, because lack of precision is a danger. And here in the COVID era, the margin for error is very small. We are in an era of refractive cataract surgery, friends, where you're talking of Varion, we're talking of toric IOLs, we're talking of panoptics, we're talking of Barrett's formulae, and a lot more. There is no published literature on premium IOL implantation, friends. So what are we arguing? Adopt the best technology and get the best. Don't go back. Friends, we are in the red zone. We are in 2020. The way forward is phacoemulsification, and moving forward is our only way to survive. Okay. Yes, we are moving forward in past diversity. We exist with the other technologies. We need to have our friends around. But why do we desert phacoemulsification when we know that that's the way ahead, a way ahead of all of us? Thank you, my friends.
Thank you, madam. Though you exceeded time by 2 minutes, I think I need to give again a minute or two more to your opponent. It was a wonderful talk. I think your talk itself speaks the testimony that you're a wonderful speaker. So let's go with another wonderful speaker, Dr. MSR, sir. So do you agree with all the points said by Chitra madam, or you have your own reservations? I'm sure that you are one of the stalwarts in SICS, so you'd like to prove your point as well. Go ahead, sir, please.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Srinivas. Thanks to all of you for putting up this wonderful. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, very much.
Fine, okay. I was just thinking of quitting this and switching over to the phacoemulsification from tomorrow. Such an impressive talk, Dr. Chitra. Congratulations. I thought, let me review my videos and see how I can improve further to match your surgeries. So that's my SICS. A routine SICS, which gives excellent results. I can finish it in 6 to 8 minutes time. What I've done is, the incision is little posterior. Everybody knows that a limbal or a scleral incision is better. I made a 2.8 millimeters. I've taken advantage of limbus there. Instead of, while doing the rexus, instead of going through the entire tunnel, I'll show you in another video, I've gone through the floor of the video and rock steady the anterior chamber. It doesn't shallow at all. There is no leak of HPMC, and this cannula that I'm using to guide the nuclear pieces out of the eye is continuously injecting so that endothelial safety is maximum. We've done a lot of studies on endothelial integrity in this technique as well as in the phacoemulsification done by the stalwarts in our institution. Anytime, always, when we calculate the endothelial count a month later, this particular technique has given much better results, and the loss of endothelial cells, if you're careful, while doing all these things is zero. While I can't say the same thing for phacoemulsification. This tunnel that I've created is not stretched at all. We all know that, this is a slitting of the cartridge that I do routinely to minimize the damage to the lens. I coat the lens with viscoelastic, and I don't need an injector because I just use an 18-gauge rod to push the lens into the antechamber and into the capsular bag. No, it's over. Surgery is over. Remove every bit of viscoelastic. It's done under topical anesthesia. There's no need to bandage. This is my phaco machine. That's all I need. And control of fluidics is fantastic. No machine can compare the fluidics I get with this. Let us see another patient, a patient with non-ophthalmos. She has been wearing contact lens plus glasses for last 26 years. And now I decided to put a lens. The lens this eye needs is 60 diopters. I could get it made by a manufacturer, and that's a 60 diopter lens which goes inside the eye, and the patient has been absolutely wonderful with one lens. I planned for a 0.75 diopter error on the minus side so that she's comfortable on this, and she achieved 1.25. That's another case. The patient came with 1 week history of the angle closure glaucoma because of microspherophakia. I could easily remove it, and then because there is no posterior capsule, and this is sclerocorneal wound, I have a iris claw lens which gets fixed to the back of the iris, and the surgery is over in a couple of minutes time. As you can guess, this is fixed on the posterior side. And how do you do a phaco on this patient? It's just impossible. Pressures were around 60s when I opened the eye. No way it's coming down. And the moment the surgery is done, the patient was put on anti-glaucoma treatment because the angle closure attack was quite long. There's another case, angle closure glaucoma. The surgeon has done an iridectomy. The pressure is not coming down. There is an evident iridocyclitis. Look at this. That's the area where the capsule has been damaged by the intense YAG laser. How do you operate on this patient? The pressure is very high. It's an inflamed eye not settling down. I could easily do an SICS in this patient. I could extend the tear in the anterior capsule all around to create a rhexis and then remove this. And how do we do a phacoemulsification if I have an option? My colleagues refused to take this up and said, you go ahead and do this, sir. I could put a lens inside the capsular bag, and that's it. Post-operatively, the patient received. I had put triamcinolone into the anterior chamber to reduce the inflammation. Look at this patient. The patient needed a 14 diopter cylindrical power, a toric lens. I could get it manufactured by my friendly manufacturers of IOLs, and then endothelial count, any case where there is a compromise on the endothelium, in our institution, the patient is referred to me because I can keep most of the endothelial cells intact when I'm doing the surgery. Very gentle shifting of the nucleus into the anterior chamber. This patient received 14 diopter cylindrical power into the eye on the right axis, and the patient had wonderful vision post-operatively. This is a post-PK, and the patient has been wearing a sort of contact lens to neutralize the high cylindrical power. And the patient is now very happy to see the world without those high powered contact lenses. That's the power. 14 diopter hydrophobic lens, as you can see here, that's implanted and positioned. Endothelial cells will take a beating if you're doing phacoemulsification, and especially when such patients are there, you have to go to the shelter of SICS. Whenever there is a conjunctival incision, I seal it up with the glue, and that ensures that the surface is even post-operatively and there is no contamination of the subconjunctival area by the post-operative. None of these patients are bandaged post-operatively. They all go with seeing eyes, and that's a boon for those patients who have single eye. Any cataract, look at this. I've entered at the limbus, not through the tunnel. I made a tunnel. I've injected viscoelastic, but entry with the cystotomy is that. So the lens anterior chamber is maintained throughout the surgery, and there is no tendency for running off. Very hard nucleus. I take the shelter of a cystotome to bisect it, and that's it. The nucleus is bisected. See that the entire nucleus is bisected with it, and endothelial protection is absolutely essential. It's a very risky. Novice people should not try this. I continuously inject viscoelastic to separate the nucleus from the endothelium. That's it. Very quick surgery, and put the lens in the capsular bag. Let us see a couple of more surgeries, and I would ask Dr. Chitra in the rebuttal whether she would like to argue in favor of it. Look at this capsule. The zonules are almost not existing. It's like a boiled potato cover. It moves. The entire lens is moving. I could still go and do it because I've entered at the limbus, and the tunnel is closed. You see here, no visco is coming out of the eye. You can comfortably go inside, do a rhexis, and then remove the cataract, and then remove the cataract, and then put the intraocular lens. There's no need for a ring. There's no need for anything. No need for capsular tension ring. And put a lens which weighs much lesser than your cataract. And now you're not pull the zonules at any point of time. See, you can see the pull on the zonules. It's very lax. I know the zonules are very loose. There's only technique. Without how do you do a phaco when zonules are being stretched so much? Very carefully put it inside the cap. Once it goes and sits there, nothing will happen to the capsular bag. Though the zonules are weak, the weight of the lens itself is so lesser than that. Look at this posterior capsular or posterior subcapsular cataract. I routinely do hydrodissection because I do. This is impossible in a phaco in a closed eye. The tunnel is open. There's no risk for the break of the capsule. You can see the plaque getting separated from the posterior cortex. It's a very low pressure technique. I'm not bombarding the eye with fluid. All the fluid I need is only 50 ml to complete the surgery, while a classical phaco needs about 400 to 500 ml. Fluid rushes through the anterior chamber. Look at this. The opening is there because the low pressure, the cataract removal is very easy. Posterior capsule is intact because there is no bowing of the capsule posteriorly. I put the lens in the capsular bag. That's the end of it. So with these couple of surgeries, I would like to stress upon that I don't need a COVID to support that SICS is the better. SICS has always been better when compared to any other technique. That's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, Ravindra sir, that was a wonderful videos which you showed. So 1 minute rebuttal time for Chitra madam. Madam, there's always the saying always goes, and the most of the studies have already shown that in the COVID era. So this debate was in the COVID era. There's a lot of aerosols being generated. Most of the studies are telling, and still you're telling to go ahead and do phaco in these kind of patients. You want to risk our patients? 1 minute for a rebuttal, madam. Please unmute yourself, madam. Unmute.
Srinivas, you hear me now?
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam. Yes.
Loud and clear.
If you had actually heard me, by now you would have given up all the thought about aerosol. It is just some kind of a new interest being created. I do see, I've never argued that different surgical techniques or technologies need to coexist. An Englishman and a Frenchman could coexist in the same town. But that does not mean in a COVID era, you move from phaco to SICS. Now, what is the logic behind it? All the gimmicks which he did, I can do with phaco and even better. And it's only phaco is the way forward, which was even nicely expressed by Sri Vaishnav. Do I do bilateral surgery? Do I do phaco in COVID era, or do I do SICS? It's your individual skill and your individual confidence in a technology. There is no discussion here. That is all I have to say.
Wonderful. Yes, MSR sir. Whether you are a English or a Spanish. What is that, madam? There are two examples you said.
French.
French. Or are you an Indian, sir?
Srinivas, ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಪ್ಪ. Absolutely pure 100% Indian, and I'm from Bangalore. I'm not from anywhere else. And I would see the one strong submission is that why I'm sticking to SICS while we have every kind of echo machines here is that I am sure that the eye is safer with SICS. Things are under my control. My pulse rate does not increase by 1 iota when I'm doing any kind of complicated surgeries. So, that's one thing. And the reuse is nil. The instruments I need are very few, and it depends upon my skill. And I switched over to phacoemulsification. Probably I was the first phacoemulsification surgeon in the South India, way back in 1991. Then I realized that I'm losing my skills. I'm a surgeon, basically. I'm losing my surgical skills. I immediately switched over to SICS, and I retain those skills even now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now open it briefly for 4 minutes of panel discussion. I request Dr. Boramani, sir, to please introduce our eminent panelist, Dr. Rohan Sawant from UK.
Yeah, Dr. Rohan Sawant is a very renowned eye surgeon from UK. He has 12 years of experience in ophthalmology, having worked in Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and Ethiopia. He specializes in anterior segment surgeries as well as lasers in retina and glaucoma, and he has a keen interest in medical retina and neuro-ophthalmology. He has been a faculty at multiple national and international conferences. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Rohan Sawant to deliver his talk.
Dr. Rohan, just my question to you is, do you believe in what Dr. Chitra madam said?
Well, it's intriguing and interesting in both ways. Each of them is right in their own respect. What I feel, I had a few things to ask the panel when I initially, and at the outset, I'd like to thank Sahu sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be a part of such an eminent discussion. I had this question of AGP because this is something which is being highlighted a lot in the UK NHS practice. And a lot of surgeons are being held back, especially because there's a group in Bristol who posted a video about aerosol generation. But as Madam pointed out really correctly, and I think aptly, I think the primary thing is the incision size. Even more important, I feel, is the wound construction. That video, which I'm sure everyone must have seen, I think it was a bit more dramatic. I have never seen so much of aerosol generated in a cataract surgery, regardless of whether it was phaco or in small incision. There's no question of an aerosol. But I think a well-constructed incision should not generate that much amount of aerosol. And of course, a smaller incision with the 2.2 is even better. I think the debate is about a couple of things which I found interesting in whilst both of them were speaking. The setting is very important. I think the difference in between what the patient expects from a surgeon and how accomplished the surgeon is with a particular procedure. And as MSR sir correctly pointed out, there are a few surgeries which a novice surgeon shouldn't even attempt, and he is very right in that. It all boils down to the experience of the surgeon and also the setting, and the debate of endothelium will always exist regardless of whether it is COVID or not COVID. The only thing which I feel from the surgeries and the difference is, what about the difference in the astigmatism, which is generated by a slightly larger incision in these times in 2020, where we are looking at cataract surgery as a refractive surgery. And that is my only question generated from the debate. But as I said, excellent speakers and excellent surgeons. So nothing more for me to say in that respect.
Thank you, Dr. Rohan. I think Boramani sir wanted to make a quick comment.
I just wanted to make 2 quick comments because I am very much specialized in astigmatism management with SICS. So if one learn advanced SICS, you can beautifully manage astigmatism. On the contrary, you can neutralize a larger and larger astigmatism. Even Dr. Ravindra's 6 mm incision doesn't induce much astigmatism, but this is an advanced SICS and one has to learn it. As far as the aerosol is concerned, aerosol is generated in both the techniques. It is not that SICS doesn't generate aerosol. So one has to be careful, and one has to be whatever you are conversant with. Only because of the COVID now, don't shift from Phaco to SICS. Whatever your master technique, you continue the same technique, but with a more care. Only I wanted to make one point here, that in India especially, most of the eye surgeons are having smaller setups and they don't have class B autoclave. So the sterility of the tubings is a much concern, especially it becomes more in the COVID area, because unless you have proper class B autoclave, which will take care of all the lumens, Phaco may become a slightly risky procedure. This is my point.
Thank you, sir. Any panel wants to make one last quick comment, please? Dr. Steve?
Unmute, please.
Unmute yourself, Dr. Steve.
Yes. I don't have any great comments, but I stand by what I said before in my talk, that what's going to happen in India, as has happened everywhere else in the world, is people will gradually go to more elaborate methods of doing cataract surgery. And you will go from MSICS, although I think it's a great procedure. It's better than before. But as you get smaller and smaller incisions, you can do things more precisely. And you will go through the process everyone else has gone through, from extra caps to small incision extra caps to Phaco. And you'll probably will all go to femto, because as all these devices get cheaper, you find that as economies get better in different parts of the world, that the money isn't such a big deal. And I was amazed to find that now over half my patients actually ask me to have femto.
Okay, great.
Thank you. None of them will.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Make a point. Dr. Ravindra has to make a point.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I fully agree in the sense that SICS can produce additional astigmatism, but as Dr. Jagannath Boramani has done extensive study on it, that can be controlled. Like you have a steep axis, you have flat axis, if you have 0.75 or 1.5, that can easily be controlled by your tunnel design instead of going on to the toric lenses. So Boramani explains it beautifully, but it's an advantage. The ability to create an astigmatism SIA in SICS is an advantage and is not a disadvantage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So
Can I have one comment?
If
you do bilateral phacos on patients or bilateral femtos with small incisions, I have my patients that go and play golf in the afternoon after I finish their surgery. And that's not going to happen with ISMSICS. And no matter what you say, I'm sure what you're doing is way better than before, and it keeps getting better. But the other steps are still better. And you'll see as time goes by that that's what'll happen. Because we all believe that we could do better.
This is a never-ending topic, and the controversy goes on and on and on. And even if you give you 3 months of lockdown of the COVID, this doesn't end. This is such a wonderful topic, and in fact, 4,000 claps I'm hearing. So I just mean to say that there are more than 4,000 viewers who have already logged into this, who are really watching all the stars speaking and the debaters going on. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Chitra and Chitra Madam and Dr. Ravindra sir. So we'll move on to the next talk, and then we'll have a discussion again. It is by Dr. David Chang, and who doesn't know Dr. David Chang? Everybody knows him, but as a formal introduction, I would request Dr. Sahu sir to please formally invite Dr. David Chang. So you have to unmute yourself, Sahu sir.
Sir, unmute your mic, sir. Unmute your mic.
No, Beslin, can you unmute Dr. Sahu, please? Raman or Beslin, can you please unmute Dr. Sahu, sir, please?
I think we can skip the introduction, actually.
Fantastic. That itself shows how humble you are, Dr. Chang, and we are eagerly waiting for your talk, to listen to your talk.
All right. All righty. Great. So I was asked to give my perspective on ISMSICS as an American phaco surgeon, and it started with my first trip to Erevan in 2003, and these three friends continue to collaborate with me and teach me a lot of things, and they're now leaders within Erevan. And of course, that's where I was introduced to this high volume, 16, 14 case per hour way of doing things. And I was so convinced that in 2005, I wrote this editorial for the British Journal saying that this is really the key to tackling our greatest challenge, which is global cataract blindness. But back then, you know, M6 was not getting a lot of respect, and a lot of phaco surgeons were really criticizing that this shouldn't even exist, and why should we be teaching that? And so I was involved in this randomized controlled trial with Dr. Sandik Ruit from Nepal that we did in '05. And what was unique is this was a charity population, but they chose people that were close enough to Kathmandu that they could follow them for a year. And we did this camp. Someone, if you could mute, I need someone to mute in the background. If everyone could mute, please. So we chose this monastery about an hour's drive from Kathmandu to do our study. And all the patients had a pre-op exam there. They had a retrobulbar. This is just showing the prep. And then they were randomized so that they could have surgery during about a day and a half, either with me doing their phaco or Dr. Ruit doing the M6. And here was his operating room, which is a converted classroom. And in my operating room, we managed to get the machine I was using at the time, the AMO Sovereign. I was using AMO lenses, and we even got a Zeiss microscope. It was to try to sort of give me the tools that I would normally use. You can see at the bottom, this was not like my American cataract population. There's a lot of people with advanced cataracts and mature cataracts. And I think that was the point of this study. Here's the study group spending the night in a prayer hall in this monastery. And what made this valuable besides the randomization was the frequent follow-up. And all of these patients were followed for a year for things that included their refractive results. So what were the outcomes? Well, if you include turnover time, M6 was certainly faster. I was going as fast as I could, but no match for M6. And for complications, I actually was just relieved. I thought I was going to maybe show up with 20% capsule rupture rate. I did have one posterior capsule rupture. I got the nucleus out, but M6 had none. If you look at astigmatism after the initial period, because we both operated temporally, it was about the same. Uncorrected acuity. Now, it's very important to point out we're looking at 20/60 vision, which is, you know, the WHO sort of functional cutoff. This is not like our Americans that want 20/20, 20/25. But for 20/60 acuity, there wasn't really a difference at 6 weeks or 6 months or even at a year. So this shows astigmatism control is good with both. If you look at best corrected acuity, again, there was no difference up to 6 months until about a year later, you started to see more drop in best acuity with SICS, and that's because of using PMMA lenses and PCO starting to show up at that time. But our conclusions were really that M6 was faster at a far lower cost per case. And if you look in terms of this type of population with the 20/60, the uncorrected acuity was really comparable. So if you compare everything, it actually turned out that safety was about the same. And this was published in the AJO and at the AAO annual meeting. We did some other studies. This is with Dr. Venkatesh. We did one of M6 versus phaco for white cataract. They were about the same. And Dr. Harapriya and I looked at all the surgeries done at 1 year at Modernize, 80,000. And we looked at safety with complications, reoperations, and looking at surgeon experience. So out of these 80,000 cases, you can see that the complication rates were really comparable at their institution for phaco and M6. But if you look at surgeon experience, now this is the staff, phaco was in light purple, it was about the same. But if you get less experience, these were the fellows, these were the residents, the complication rate with phaco goes way up, and it was highest with these visiting trainees from places like Southeast Asia and Africa who go there to learn. And this really just showed us that even though the overall complication rate was the same, surgeon experience made a big difference. So if you have less experienced surgeons, such as in developing countries, this seemed to show that M6 was safer, particularly with not dropping the nucleus, where if you don't have vitreoretinal surgeons available, it's a disaster in developing countries. With respect to PMMA IOLs, that was the issue with PCO. And so we worked very hard to figure out a way to put a square edge on the OralLab PMMA lens. And this is a study that was published that we did where we used the OralLab square edge PMMA on the top versus the rounded edge on the bottom. And these were Dr. Harapriya's patients. These were two eyes of the same patient. We had 50 patients where one eye got a square edge, one eye got a rounded edge, but it's the same patient done simultaneously. We did another 50 where she put an Acrosof in one eye, and then the other eye of the same patient, a square edge PMMA. The other strength of this study was digital photographs on every patient going out for 9 years. There's no other PCO study like that. And so this is the round edge in the bottom, and then, I'm sorry, a square edge in the bottom and the round edge on the top, two eyes of the same patient. And then here, this is the Acrosof on the top with the square edge PMMA on the bottom. So just look at the comparison, square edge PMMA in blue. And what you see is that the round edge PMA, the PCO rate goes up and up, and it doesn't stop at 5 years. When you go out to 9 years, it's still rising, suggesting that it's just a matter of time for everyone to get PCO with a round edge PMMA lens. And we actually found that the PCO was lower with the square edge PMMA compared to the Acrosof. And that was statistically significant. Remember, these are two eyes, same patient, going out to 9 years. I learned M6 really doing camps such as this. This is in Ethiopia, and my teacher is Jeff Tabens over here. On your left, I'm over here. And this is the problem in the US, is we don't have a way to learn this technique. We don't have the patient base. But when I was fortunate to do this, I now use this on my worst cases. It's better for the cornea, and there's a lower risk of dropping the nucleus. So here's one such black nucleus. I've enlarged the pupil, stained with dye. I do a can opener here, extend the pocket, express it, and then I'm going to put in a PMMA lens in this case because I have a large incision. And you can see a single suture is for my temporal incision is how I close that case. So I'll do this several times a year for the worst cases. Now, this is two cases of mine where I converted from phaco to extra cap. On the bottom one, I have a radial tear that's come out toward the incision. So I'm going to stop. Look at the upper one. You see a lot of phacodenesis just as I initiate the CCC. And so in both of these cases, I abandon my temporal clear corneal incision and I move superiorly to convert to a manual extra cap. And I do this early, not because I'm in a lot of trouble, but I've just decided, the risk ratio now is too high with phaco compared to the M6. And I do this to contrast. On the bottom, I'm showing converting to a manual SICS, whereas in the top, I convert to a standard ECCE, like most Americans would do. They both work. I think the key is to convert. Once you tear the capsule or you have a zonular dialysis, of course, it's much harder to salvage that case. But the time is about the same, but obviously the closure is going to be a little bit easier. So it's just two ways to show. These are, again, in my own cases. And I think this is the problem in the US is surgeons only know how to do one thing, phaco. We don't get experience. Residents now don't learn how to do even the extra cap on the left. And so what they do is they keep doing phaco and they keep progressing and progressing until finally the nucleus drops. But it's really a matter of not only avoiding that, but the endothelial cell loss, as was mentioned, is very high in these complex cases where you're almost doing anterior chamber phaco. So here, I'm using a lens loop on the bottom. Because I converted early, I might have been able to do phaco on both of these cases. I might have gotten away with it. But the point is, if your complication rate is 5%, that's still much higher than it would be with M6. I just used the same 3-piece acrylic lens. I just didn't fold it here. And then you will see in the bottom that I put just a single suture to close, whereas on the top I had about 9 sutures to close. And that's really the difference here in terms of the SICS in the bottom, the manual extra cap on the top. But again, these are my own patients, and it just shows that I could have done phaco, but I think I'm better off converting. So what I've learned is that for the developing country, there's no question that M6 is not only more cost effective, but I think it's scalable and safer, particularly where you have surgeons without as much experience with phaco. You don't get into the serious problem of corneal decompensation and drop nucleus with M6. PCO, all of the Oralab PMMA IOLs, they supply so many of these for developing countries worldwide. I'll now have the square edge thanks to our study. And in the US, I think this is a great option for the ultra dense lens, but it sure helps if you're proficient in any type of extra cap to not be forced to continue phaco when you're not comfortable. We don't have time, but maybe in the future I'll talk about using a MyLoop to do an extra cap. We're doing a study with Ervin, but I think in the interest of time, we'll save that for another year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chang. That was really a wonderful talk. So we'll have a discussion for a minute. Dr. Hossam, you wanted to say something?
Okay, Dr. Joshi, thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you, Dr. David Chen, for this great presentation. As usual, I agree with you about your study you have shown at the beginning of your presentation, but it was at the past, but still up till nowadays, I have an experience during the last series of cases I have done with both phaco and the MCICS in the same patient in dense brown cataract, even cataracta nigra. The eye done by phaco was well. I can do both because I'm phaco and MCI surgeon and trainer at the same time. And I'm conducting all training programs about that in my university and other university for all my residents and colleagues. But actually, I have found that the eyes have been done by the MCICS was with shorter time, less stress on the surgeon, and at the same time with quicker recovery about the corneal clarity, about the spasm of the patient after that. So I'm encouraging to keep in our minds, or to set in our minds again, to shift earlier before getting any complication. If we got a cases like that, to think to shift from phaco to the MCICS. Especially, we have no problem now because they are still sutureless. If you place your tunnel or your square tunnel incision away from the limbus, about 1.5 or 2 millimeter from the limbus, you have actually very less or no astigmatism. I have recorded cases with 0.75 diopter astigmatism. If I put my incision at its proper side and on the steepest K, there is no problem with astigmatism. I can now use the MCICS with all types of ILs, even the premium ILs. So no need nowadays to stress ourselves, actually to decrease the cost, the time, and so you have the same result. Thank you, sir, for your great presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hossam. And I think Dr. Chang, you can have a few more comments after the next debate we are going to have. And the next, I think we'll start with a saying by John F. Kennedy, who says, as without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. So we have the next great set of debaters here on the topic, has SICS done disservice to the rise of phaco in India, where we have an eminent faculty, Dr. YL Rajshekar, sir, postgraduated from AIMS. He is the president of Karnataka Ophthalmic Society, the founder chairman of Shekhar Netralaya, and overall a wonderful, excellent orator. So here we have Dr. YL Rajshekar, please.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, and thanks to the organizers for organizing such a wonderful webinar. It's a great privilege to be amidst of best of the surgeons of the world. So I feel it's one of my privileges. My talk is on whether SICS has done disservice to the rise of phaco in India. I am thankful to, yes, it has. I am thankful to all my previous speakers who have made my job easier. Something like what Dr. Chang was saying in US, he could not get a chance to learn SICS for a long time because phaco was there. In India, the reverse is happening. So many SICS surgeons are there. Having said that, I have no financial interest in this. I respect SICS. I do both phaco and SICS. Wish SICS had done better service to phaco. Feel that patients should get the benefit, full benefit of phaco, because in India, for many cases, they're not getting the full benefit of phaco because there is a tilted bias towards one for whatever reasons. And we'll get into those reasons. And I'll make my opponent's job easier because she may not have any points to prove later. Will not repeat showing any videos in my talk, so I'll keep. So to say the disservice part of it, disservice is an unfair or a harmful action. Here, it's not doing any action like that, but it's been a little unfair. There's another definition also, unhelpful kind of a thing. So SICS would have been more helpful to phaco is the opinion. And so instead of using that harmful, I'll go for the synonyms that an injustice that it has done to the patients at large. I'm not talking of surgeons or anything, patients at large. A patient who could have got the best of the benefits of phaco, for various biases, he has SICS done. So that's because we get tunneled into either this side or that side, which is the core of what I'm going to debate on. Is that because SICS is bad? No, it's not. It's not bad. It's a good surgery. So is that because SICS is too good and it is shadowing phaco? No, no. Both have their own places. And so where is the disservice coming from? Here, seeds are shown in residency. When a student is getting introduced to ophthalmology, then he gets to do, gets to see, gets to hear more about SICS under that safe kind of a heading. And that's what he gets to see. That's again, you know, we saw in the previous speaker's slides, the complication rate in phaco was so high during residency program, it puts a seed of fear in them. And the same seed that is shown in residency towards SICS is sprouting in fellowships, because in fellowships, they get more trained under larger community kind of setup, where for various reasons of time and other reasons, more of SICS is done. And whatever they have learned, then they'll try to practice. And when they come to the practice, they have constraints. Constraints because they are not so well trained in phaco, constraints because of some financial reasons. So, and hence, they try to continue doing what they have learned, what they have seen. And once they are good at doing SICS and can afford a phaco machine, can do phaco for the deserving patient, but that time, the mind block comes. When everything is going well with this, why should I change over? Is it not a disservice? There is certain good things in phaco, a lot of good things in phaco, a lot of beautiful things in phaco. Just because you are good at something, why should you not get the best at the other end also, is my topic. So ecosystem of disservice, if you go to that, this is because the same thing, when I'm doing well, why not continue that? And the fear of drop nucleus. You talk of a fellow, why don't you do SIC, this thing phaco? He's afraid of drop nucleus. In trained hands, drop nucleus is such a rare thing. So that means it is not the complication. It may be a part of the learning curve. You just have to come. While learning cycle, you fall sometimes. It doesn't mean that you don't learn cycling at all. So that's the thing. So that's the push that has to be given. That is where a lot of disservice is being done. And we are not allowing people to come out of such fears and get onto the best part of getting the best out of the phaco. And again, free surgery situations, cost effective comes, and then you don't go and do the phacoemulsification. So when you come to the differential levels of training, there is already a bias towards SACS in India. I'm talking in India. And hence these surgeons, very skilled fellows, they do excellent service. They do excellent surgeries, very skilled. But they go on to advocate one thing, saying, SACS is better. My results with SACS are good. Why should I do phaco? But should they not taste phaco? And when a patient comes, should they not give both at the same platform and choose what is best for the patient during that situation? This is where a lot of the service is being done. Since they start doing what they like or what they have been tried, they go on rationalizing that, and then they will go on to the denial saying, SACS is good, that's not required, and these are the things. So this service is in the blind spot of overall SACS environment. So it's not giving the patient full benefits of what other technique can give. And this blind spot is also making people grouped as SACS surgeons and phaco surgeons. Why? You are a cataract surgeon, you are an ophthalmologist. So this has its place, that has its place. Why don't you do that? Just because you do SACS, why do you push the other thing away? This is where a lot of this service is being done, and all the SACS surgeons should wake up. And also, phaco surgeons should learn SACS, and many times it's a demanding surgery. It requires more skills, and in tough situations, it definitely helps. It has its place. When I'm saying I'm debating, I'm talking about the disservice of SACS towards phaco. I'm not talking that phaco can cover everything and it can replace that. I'm not talking that, but the disservice it's being is the point that we have to note. And hence, my point is the early clearance of these blind spots, and then place phaco and SACS in both same platforms. When a patient comes, don't keep a charge differential of so much. When you keep a charge differential, you get biased to push either one or the other. Then when you are pushing, you talk of the ill effects of the other. No. Both are good, both will give results. But in your case, because it's of so many other reasons, phaco is a better choice. I am doing. For you, this is a better choice. I am doing SACS. Keep them at the both platform and give the best of both worlds to the patient. Don't shadow phaco just because you do SACS. Don't shadow phaco and talk ill about that. And don't do disservice of not. So with these words, I want to thank the organizers, and I'm sure I have made job for my opponent easy. She may not have much point to talk, but I would like to listen to her. Over to you, Srinivas. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. It was a nice talk, and I think no comments are to be taken seriously in these debates, as all are knowing. And it's a ISMSICS group conference, and definitely we are hearing a lot about against SICS, but the only thing is here is the learning points to be taken from both. I respect the speakers. They have done their job very nicely. I think we move on to the next, Madam, Dr. Ruchi Goyal, you have to do justice to SICS now. Now, all the shoulders, all the responsibilities on your shoulders now. So just quickly to Dr. Ruchi Goyal is a professor at Maulana Azad Medical College, Delhi. And she has even authored a book on MSICS, which probably she would like to gift it to Dr. Y.L. Rajshekar sir as well. And then she has more than 100 publications, and she is also the SICS trainer at Orbis International. So with this, we would like to hear from Dr. Ruchi madam. Please go ahead. 6 minutes starts.
Okay. So I think my.
No, just press slideshow, madam. Slideshow. Yes.
So good evening, everyone, and thanks a lot for making me join this webinar. It's been a very interesting journey through 7 p.m. Today. And Dr. Rajshekar put in a lot of points, and you will have a lot to hear from me in the subsequent slides. Now, I think first I will start with the picture of our own Dr. Amar Agarwal. And, he claims that Chennai is the hub of phacoemulsification, and they have more than 150 patients coming in daily for medical tourism. I think we all know him. He is famous for his micronet all over the world. Now, Dr. Rajshekhar, whom do you want to serve? The machine maker, or the human beings? I think I'm at loss to understand what you really wanted to serve. Are you treating your patients, or you want to please the machine makers or earn money? What is your ultimate aim? You don't want to be just an SICS surgeon or a phaco surgeon, but you should be a comprehensive cataract surgeon, so that you can scientifically decide which patient needs to be operated by SICS and which patient requires a phaco surgery. I am a postgraduate teacher, and we run a residency training program for cataract surgery at our center. And our journey starts from imparting first the theoretical knowledge, then we go to develop the hand-eye coordination, and then we shift on to ECC, SICS, and phacoemulsification. And by the time the resident is through his second year of post-graduation, they are perfect in all these surgeries. So the problem probably, Dr. Rajshekhar, is that you do not find a teacher like me. So this is the book which Dr. Joshi had just mentioned, and you should have, you should share with your students good learning theoretical aspects before you embark them on any kind of practical training. So this is one of the books. It had each and every steps of SICS surgery that would be very easy and useful for learning. As Dr. Rajshekhar also mentioned, that SICS is technically more difficult than phacoemulsification. Now, we also monitor the progress of the surgical skills that our residents pick up, and we use different kinds of scoring systems. Until the student learns one part, he is not allowed to shift on to the next step of the surgery. These are the different wet labs that I have organized, and just look at this. Simultaneously, we are teaching both SICS and phacoemulsification. So to reiterate, it's not just one surgery that one needs to learn. You have to learn everything and see how they emerge after the training program is over. They're so happy. Just look at that. There is a phaco machine line there. There are SICS. They're learning everything. Now let us look at the two surgeries together. Lots of steps are being mastered when you learn SICS. The triplanar wound construction, the capsular rhexis. In fact, if you're able to do a larger capsular rhexis in SICS, doing a slightly smaller capsular rhexis in phacoemulsifications becomes far more easier. Your hand-eye coordination improves, your nucleus manipulation improves, and in case you have a rent or you have an issue with the phaco machine, just now when Dr. Rajshekhar was speaking, in between his voice was becoming, it was dragging and things were happening. So what happens if your phaco machine doesn't work? I've had experiences when I had gone to Orbis as a SICS surgeon, and the phaco surgeon from some, a very high reputed center was having problems because he was stuck and he only knew how to do phacoemulsification. Whereas us in here, we learn each and every surgery completely and we are masters of both. So you can learn all the steps by the time you go to phacoemulsification. So if you learn SICS before you learn phacoemulsification, your learning curve is going to be smooth and you will have less unforgiving complications. Dr. Rajshekhar also mentioned that all his fellows are afraid of having a nucleus drop. So if you have a smoother learning curve, you are less likely to cause nucleus drop because you've already mastered those steps, and you will be more confident in case you want to convert immediately and in between you don't have a standby help with you and you have promised your patient that you're going to give a sutureless surgery. So to conclude, SICS is a faithful friend. Why? Because it is a boat that keeps the briny waters from entering your lungs when the life becomes so strong. And Dr. Rajshekhar, I would just request, please hire teachers like us who can teach you both the skills simultaneously effectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a wonderful rebuttal.
Yeah. So I think Dr. Vailar, sir, I'm sure that he's also a wonderful
Wish I could
debater as
hire you,
well.
ma'am. After you write about saying, Phaco is one of the best surgeries also, because till now we have been writing only on SICS. So once you write the other book also, then probably I'll hire you as a teacher. Now, see, you spoke of mission. See, when I talk of Phaco, I'm not talking of a mission. It's one technology. When you talk of SICS, you can't do it without microscope. Just because you don't want to buy microscope, you don't do with a loop. See, it's another technology. So when I'm promoting Phaco, I'm not promoting. This is a blind spot. That's where we go wrong actually. And then you showed surgery of mature cataract. If you had shown a surgery of PSC, just PSC with 612 vision, going for a multifocal lens with Phaco and with SICS, I would have appreciated. Then that's a balanced view of putting things. So then that is the benefit we are not giving to people. So when you are training students, you are training on one. And fear is not because of me, because of teachers like you who write books on SICS, talk of SICS, and don't take the fear of nucleus drop out of their mind. That is where the seeds are being sown there. And I'm only seeing the results of the bad seeds. So, I am for SICS, but that should not take away the credit of Phaco. And when a
So
patient
they
is
are
sitting in front
both
of,
great techniques, and all of us agree to that they are both great techniques. So
but in
I think
India,
that's...
is it doing disservice to Phaco? Is the question.
No, I do not think so, sir. In fact, India's great achievements in last 20 years and our fantastic cataract surgical rate and our cataract surgery program, which is considered a model all over the world, a lot of it is because of manual small incision cataract surgery. And we've had Dr. Basavda, Dr. David Chang, Dr. Bonnie Henderson, so many people from across the seas accepting that Phaco is a great surgery without doubt. But then, well, so is small incision surgery, and we have to let the surgeon and the patient choose. I think we are already running behind time.
Sir, we have 1 minute rebuttal for Ruchi madam as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, madam.
And she's a great surgeon in both the techniques. I mean, you've seen her do so many live surgeries.
Okay, first, Dr. Rajshekar, as Dr. Parikshit say, I perform live surgery of Phaco also. So please don't misinterpret that. The other thing is that you said that SICS, talk about a patient with 612 vision where you want to put a multifocal. Sir, the incision in SICS is not 6 millimeter in all cases. If your nucleus is soft, you can decrease your incision size remarkably to 3 millimeter, even 2 millimeter. So, and I always put a foldable lens nowadays in all my SICS cases. So there is no contraindication in decreasing the incision size and putting a multifocal in SICS. I think Dr. Ravindra had shared his presentations, and he, I think, regularly puts multifocal IOLs in all the patients. So one part is there, and the other is that we don't scare our students about the nucleus drop in phacoemulsification. We make them confident to face each and every situation. That is it. That is what I've been trying to tell you. Probably your teacher did not make you that confident. That is why you are speaking also. Anyway, sir, I will not take much time. And here, in a panel with full of SICS surgeons, I think all of them, they are yearning to speak in rebuttal. So that is it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruchi madam. Thank you. Wonderful debate. Actually, we loved it. And in fact, both the speakers, they spoke so nicely that you are receiving applause from 59 countries. So another thing I would like to say is there are more than 59 countries who have contributed, who are participating in the great debate or the Maha debate. And we would like to go quickly to the next comment. Thank you, both of you. Thank you, Dr. Vailar, sir. Thank you, Ruchi madam. Wonderful, wonderful. No words to explain beyond that. So quickly, we'll move on to our next speaker, Dr. Lisa Park, who will be speaking on approaching post-COVID cataract surgery, the New York experience. And I request Dr. Sahu, sir, to invite Dr. Lisa Park.
Lisa, welcome to this great gathering. And she's the associated professor in Columbia University, an accomplished cataract surgeon, and practices in Manhattan. and associated with the Director of Residency Training in New York for 11 years, undergraduate from Harvard, and postgraduate from Eye, Ear and Throat Hospital, and frequently visits Africa to serve the poor people. Lisa, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much to the organizers. This is really a wonderful forum, and I'm just very enthused to hear this great debate. I'm going to change the topic just slightly. As you can hear, I'm from New York, and we have just gone through just a major sort of change because of the incidence of COVID, and so I just take this opportunity to share with you. I hope I do not dampen the enthusiasm and of the conversation here, but I'll just share with you some of what has been going on for us in New York. As you are very well aware, the pandemic of COVID-19 started in China in January and hit our area in the US at the beginning of March. We saw a great increase in number of cases through the middle of April, and now we're on the decline, and we're very happy to say that we're starting to come into our recovery phase, at least for the moment. But you can see the massive amount of impact this has had in the US and particularly in our city. And if you look at the Johns Hopkins dashboard, which changes daily, on the left you can see the number of cases, which you have to take with a grain of salt because of the incidence of testing. But what you cannot deny is the number of global deaths. This is numbers from just earlier this week, 400,000, and I think we are actually close to 500,000 at this point. About 25% of them have been in the US, and of the ones in the US, almost 25% of them have been in New York. So for a population in our city of 8 million people in our 5 boroughs, this was a significant number. And for all of us, none of us have been unaffected, and no friends and family and colleagues who have passed away actually from this disease. It's turned a city that usually looks like this into this. And so this is a picture now of current Manhattan. And you can see how our city has been transformed. The implementation of mobile morgues and field hospitals and drastic changes in our medical care has really had an impact on what we've been doing on a daily basis. So we're very fortunate that in January, when the news first came out in China, that our faculty at Columbia had already recruited one of the foremost virus scientists, and that is Dr. David Ho, who is a pioneer in the disease of AIDS and is responsible primarily for our combination therapy in the treatment of this disease. And so he has been updating us on the basics of what is going on and the latest in research. So I just share with you a few of his slides. So you can see here that this is a picture of the virus. And as we all know, this is an RNA virus that's encapsulated, and the main infectious agent here is this spike protein. And here is basically the protein that we're talking about, which is a trimer. And here's the receptor binding domain with an N-terminal domain. And I just show you this picture because this just gives us an indication of sort of what are the possible therapies that are being now investigated. And we're very fortunate that this laboratory is on the forefront of doing that. The problem with this virus is that simply it engages ACE2. So here is the mechanism by which this causes the problems and disease, and that is interference with angiotensin 2. This is a vital biochemical pathway that regulates processes such as blood pressure and wound healing and inflammation. It's part of the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system. And you can see that when the virus binds to ACE2, that it now it prevents this normal regulation and the breakdown, which can control blood pressure and organ damage. This results primarily in then inflammatory disease. These epithelial cells that demonstrate ACE2 are all over our body, but the lung is the primary site of injury because of the high numbers of ACE2 that are being expressed in the alveoli, and obviously because this virus is then inhaled through respiratory aerosols. And we found that in our hospital that the sickest patients that came obviously had ARDS, and that they were ventilated at a rate of approximately 30%. So this is 30% of all patients that were hospitalized for this disease. Obviously, the numbers of people that are infected are much greater than this, and the vast majority of people suffer relatively minor illness. However, for those that are impacted, we've seen that it is not only the impact of the virus, but cytokine storm, and this is a fulminant inflammatory response. So of our hospitalized patients, approximately a third of them suffered acute renal injury and 15% of them required dialysis. They also suffer from a myriad of cardiovascular complications, including myocarditis, MIs, heart failure, dysrhythmias. And what we were seeing that, we thought at first that children were going to escape from this disease, but what we are now seeing is that they are coming to us now in hundreds with a Kawasaki-like syndrome, and that is a multi-system inflammatory system. These kids are coming, they're actually PCR negative, but they're antibody positive, and many of them have now been hospitalized in our ICUs with multi-organ failure. Luckily, the death rate is very low in this population, but it is something that we're going to have to continue to follow. So we're getting very far away from the eye, so I'm returning to the eye. Is this a potential site for infection? And we do know from various studies that ACE2 is expressed on the cornea and the conjunctiva. However, when we look at can we isolate the virus from the eye surface, there are some papers that are coming out, especially from China, that shows that if you swab the conjunctiva, that in very small percentage of patients, you can isolate this virus. You might ask us why, if we had so many patients, why we weren't able to come up with this data. And I will say that we actually attempted to, but the viral swabs are flocculated swabs, and actually they became in very, very short supply in our area. And so we were unable to isolate the virus. But what we do know is that the symptoms and findings in the eye are not very common, actually. I showed to you this is my particular institution and our academic center. Our first confirmed case in New York City hit New York on March 1st, and we closed our clinic the following week. The first death occurred 2 weeks later. And our department and most of the ophthalmologists in the city were actually redeployed. So we were redeployed to medicine to cover for those doctors that were already taking care of patients in the hospital. And so between our faculty, we performed 2,200 telemed visits for hospital employees who are not ill enough to actually go to the hospital and be hospitalized, but who exhibited symptoms and needed screening for testing. And what I can tell you is just anecdotally that almost 0% of those patients had any kind of eye symptoms and suffered from, eye problems. We were closed, you can see, for a total of, almost 2 months. We opened our clinics again a few weeks ago, and just this week we resumed now elective surgery. Of course, during this time, we took care of all of our acute and emergency patients, and I'll talk about that in a moment. So what we realize is the goal is flattening the curve by really combating this, the respiratory aerosols and performing social distancing and increasing the testing that was available to patients. And so we have shifted our practice now to minimize face-to-face contact. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit about, what we have done to change our practice. So the main thing is to screen out symptomatic patients and even the asymptomatic patient that are showing very early signs. What I can tell you is that although, of course, the flu-like symptoms of cough and sore throat and fever and shortness of breath are the most, urgent of cases, that the vast majority of patients showed very mild symptoms, including loss of taste or smell, which is very common, and mild GI symptoms, including diarrhea, and that the fever that they experienced were actually very low-grade fevers, so 100-degree fever rather than 101, or over, or 38 degrees Celsius. And so what have we done in our clinics? We have now, as we re-enter this new phase, we are limiting face time in our office. This is just a diagram of what our usual workflow has been. And patients come, they register at the front desk, they sit in the waiting room, they see a technician, they go to diagnostic imaging, they sit in a dilation area, then they enter the exam room to see the physician, and then they return to the front desk to check out. So the first thing we did was to eliminate all the pre-examination sort of workflow, and that is now all registration, payment for their visit, and calls and asking of symptoms and why a patient is coming to the clinic is now done by the phone before a patient actually comes into our office. We have eliminated our waiting room, and patients come directly in one by one, and they go directly to diagnostic imaging. I'm a comprehensive ophthalmologist, and all of my patients are now receiving OCTs and performing diagnostic imaging first. We then put them directly into an examination room where they are being dilated there, and I go to see them. And when they finish with their examination, we are actually having our staff enter and talking to them, scheduling their next visit. And we do not allow them to actually go out the same way. We have an emergency exit, so we have a unidirectional flow for patients to come in and out of the office. One of the greatest challenges has been the availability of PPE. And so, this has been a challenge that we have tried to overcome by minimizing our usage. However, there's no question that this has been what has really been effective in minimizing the contagion. And I can tell you that our 40 OR nurses and staff were redeployed directly into the intensive care units with the intubated patients. Of them, only 2 of them got sick, and the rest of them actually are coming back serology negative. So we believe that PPE is absolutely effective. And so we have now donned full PPE during our examinations in the clinic. We are wearing N95 masks, but conserving them. So we're wearing a surgical mask on top and saving the N95s until they're soiled or ripped. We're also wearing full shields while talking to patients. And for the patients themselves, we are giving them masks and gloves as soon as they come into the clinic. And we're trying to minimize the face-to-face contact. You can see here, these are the small shield here on the slit lamp is a commercial shield that has come out, but we felt that these were actually too small. So we have engineered a larger shield to bring sort of a barrier between us and the patient. We are also trying to minimize our contact directly with the patient. We are no longer performing applanation tonometry unless it's completely necessary. And when we do so, we are using disposable tips, but the vast majority of our patients are actually just getting a tonopen pressure. We're also utilizing telemedicine to screen out patients that don't need to actually come in and see us in the office. And so, 4 weeks before the pandemic hit, we actually went live on Epic, which is our electronic medical record. At the time, everyone was complaining about this transition. And to be perfectly honest, we are all very grateful and glad we were able to accomplish that before this happened, because we were able to convert directly to telemedicine quite easily. And what we were doing is we're actually screening out patients with conditions that don't need to be seen in person: conjunctivitis, conjunctival hemorrhage, chalazion. We're handling them over video. We are performing no unnecessary refractions in the office, and we are utilizing online apps such as the Eye Handbook in order to check vision online with the patient. And these are 2 companies, Visibly and Essilor, that have come up with actually online refraction sort of apps that we are trying out to see whether this can be something that can be utilized in our practice.
Okay, so Dr. Lisa, we are sorry, we are running short of time. Can you yeah.
Absolutely. So so just in terms of surgery, we are testing all of our patients by PCR, and a very elegant study has shown that povidone iodine with live virus actually is effective in these patients. This is the video that everybody has been talking about that showed us the phaco plume that is relatively lessened through a smaller phaco size, and the use of the viscoelastic in order to prevent the phaco plume, which has been relatively effective. And we can show you here that this is what we're doing in our operating room. We're actually covering our microscopes to prevent that phaco plume and any aerosolization. And I just leave you with this, and this is just a video of a cornea colleague who was hospitalized for 3 months, 8 weeks intubated, who has been discharged. And so we just hope the best that all will keep safe during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lisa. You shared your experience about how they're handling in New York. It's really remarkable. I think most of the countries are already following that, and hopefully you people will be the role model to do that. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go on to the, before the next debate, I request Dr. Naik, sir, to just make a few comments. In fact, I'm sorry, he had asked me to say a few words of the previous debate. You can go ahead, sir. You can just make your comment.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Lisa for giving us some confidence that, okay, in COVID era also we can start our practice, ophthalmic practice. But the previous debate means I just a general comment that somehow or other, an environment has been created and the perception that the MSICS surgeons are treated as it's the probably a stepmotherly treatment. And especially the companies, because there's not much companies advantage in that. So it's never being promoted by any company, because all company, if any conference is organized for Phaco, there will be a lot of companies who will be willing to sponsor it, but not for the MSICS conferences. And I was reminded of, yes, Dr. Amulya Sahu will definitely remember that about 10 years back, we wanted to organize a conference of MSICS. And that time I said, Dr. Amulya, please don't do this and try to involve also Phaco so that you will get some sponsors. So that's how the idea came. And then he came out with very bright idea of conference of comprehensive cataract surgeons. So one has to be a comprehensive surgeon and should be well conversant with both the techniques, so that whenever you have to apply in whichever situation, you are free to do that. There is no binding on that you have to, by force, you have to use only one technique. And about the AIMS, was just one comment, because Rajshekhar said very good points, but say I'm also from AIMS, but that time there was nothing like Phaco. So when one of the resident passed out from AIMS, came to my place and started working for some time, and when she saw that the MSICS is being done sometimes, and that time quite frequently also, then she said, sir, it's such a good surgery and it was never shown to us in AIMS. So this is how I think we should all train, as Dr. Ruchi Goyal is doing, that training for all kinds of surgery and making a complete surgeon rather than only Phaco surgeon or MSI surgeon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So quickly, we'll move on to the next two sets of debates. We have a great debaters amongst with us here. You can see them smiling. Both in my screen, they are appearing side by side. That is none other than Dr. Krishna Prasad he is the director of training from MM Joshi Eye Institute, a pan-ophthalmologist, postgraduated from AIMS. He has special interest in surgical training for the residents. And I would like to say personally that he has a wonderful fan following amongst the postgraduates. Even if he keeps talking, I don't know, till 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, people love to listen to his refraction and much other talks. So with him, we have another fearful, an ever smiling, always approachable and down-to-earth personality. We have Dr. Partha Biswas, who is the chairman scientific of All India Ophthalmic Society, who has brought ARC to the very great level. He has trained many youngsters, even like me, in the LDP. And I think it's over to both of them. It's basically on his industry dumping or selling more and more money and taking more and more money by selling these costly lenses like trifocal, pentafocal, I don't know what all to say. Over to Dr. Partha first.
Thank you very much, Srinivas, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be here at this conference, webinar, and so here we are. So to start off, and I must welcome my dear friend, my ARC colleague, Dr. Krishna Prasad. And trifocals, multifocals are being dumped on us surgeons. Can I believe this, or can anybody believe it? It's an absolute no. Who are we to be dumped on? We will be dumping things that we do not want on industry. And I think That should be the motto. Now let's look at something. Let's look at this very important question. Which IOL would you prefer for your own cataract surgery? And I think each one of us need to take a call on this. And the results may vary, your opinions may vary, but for me, it's trifocal. It's trifocal. If I had to undergo a cataract surgery today, and if I were to choose my lens, and this would be my lens of choice. Now let's look at these two individuals, the well-known faces, the supremos, presidents of AIOS, and both of them. Have you ever seen them with glasses? And do you believe that they do not have presbyopia or never had presbyopia? And even today, I'm sure they are post 60 as well. Maipal sir should have been here, I think. And I'm sure they would have got trifocals. For me, getting rid of these glasses were always what I wanted. What I always wanted. LASIK, but it is not for me. And I know now that trifocal has an advantage, a distinct advantage. And if I want to be spectacle free, this is what I want. I want a near vision that is accurate, an intermediate vision for my computer usage and to do my webinars. And of course, I want to see the distance as well. So let's look at these, the advantage of these trifocals in this COVID times as well. Very long range of vision. You don't have to put on your glasses. So your hands, which might have corona, is not going near your face, your nose, and your mouth. So I think that is a big advantage even today. So it improves the intermediate vision with a specific foci. It does not impair the near and the far vision with the existing diffractive multifocal designs. It favors the distance vision in mesopic conditions, and it provides a range of vision 33 centimeters to 100 centimeters along with the distance. And it reduces side effects like night vision problems, glare, and halo. These things were there in the previous multifocal lenses, not anymore. So let us look at a small video clip. And again, I would like to say that this is what I would like to have. Again, if I had to have cataract surgery, I would want femto. And femto, they have not dumped femto on me. I chose femto with my choice, just like I would choose a trifocal, and that's my choice. So I want the best. I want the best. Money is something that has to be considered a little later. But if I have to have technology and the best of technology, I have to have the best that can be offered to me. Money matters, yes, we can always deal about that. And if femto is something that is repeatable, I can get a cataract surgery done on me by even a junior surgeon, because femto, trifocal give that advantage of repeatability. The techniques are such that can go on and that can be repeated even despite the low skill of a surgeon. So here we are, we have the advantage of the new technology, the better technology, and the technology that is yes for today. But let's look at a few figures as well. So we did a small study of around 45 patients, and we looked at what the patients felt, and we looked at these charts, and that is why we have come to a few conclusions. So here we have % of our patients required spectacle correction for distance and intermediate. Only 4%, 96% did not. 6% patients needed spectacle to read. That is, 94% did not. And 98% patients answered yes when they would go for an implantation of trifocal IOL again and for the other eye. So when we can give the best to our patients, why not use the same technology for ourselves? I am convinced that yes, I am giving the best to my patient, and therefore this is the technology for me. Let's look at Professor George Alio and his clinical outcomes of diffractive trifocal intraocular lens. And what he has said that the intermediate and the near vision after cataract surgery with good contrast sensitivity and improvement of near visual acuity as well. So this is me, and this is what I want to be, freedom from glasses. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. I think no words again. Dr. KP, you have anything to counter him?
Yeah,
he is now coming with a big bulldozer. So what are you coming out with now? Please go ahead, KP, sir. You have 6 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I recently had a dream in which I just went to heaven and I saw actually a lie meter, which is like a clock in which the arms keep rotating whenever somebody tells a lie on this earth. So there were many clocks which represented each person on this earth. There were people, noble people, people of nobility where it hardly moved. There are a lot of politicians' clocks where it was actually moving at very high speed. I wanted to find out where is my friend's Dr. Partha Vishwa's clock, live meter. They said, Dr. Partha? Dr. Partha's clock is in the bedroom of St. Peter. It is actually used as a ceiling fan. Partha, what an innocent face. Such a straight face. You tell so many lies. I can see the troubled conscience in your troubled voice. Okay, wavering. Okay, let me tell you. Every company, every IOL company comes out with a presbyopia correcting lens every other day. And they claim some special optical features. And it's a hard sell. They also find that it has its own problems. So they want to sell it. So they persist. Now every IOL needs a KOL. What is KOL? Somebody like Dr. Partha, key opinion leader. So they put words in the mouth of the KOL, and he convinces the entire community of ophthalmology that this is the best for everyone. Even he would like to have one in his eye, okay, even though he's operated. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say is, if you impress vast majority and keep on telling a half lie, it becomes a truth. And they want to create an impression that wearing spectacles for your patient, okay, it's a vintage, it's a Stone Age practice. And if you prescribe a spectacle to your patient, it's a big sin. Okay, it's a disaster. Whereas it is actually totally different. So we have to take on the Goliath. Okay, we are small, ophthalmologists. We cannot fight against this all-consuming passion of using trifocals, multifocal, making these companies richer and richer. He showed some statistics. See, statistics are like swimsuit. What they reveal may be important, but what they conceive is vital. See, please understand, this you cannot compare with the thing that David I'm trying to present before you, that it's a monovision. You need to have both eye surgery to enjoy this. Obviously, no study you can compare two patients, or the same patient having monovision one eye and a trifocal in the other eye. It's just not possible. So let me tell you the problems. It's not just about putting an IOL in the capsular bag, that everybody can do it. But to put a multifocal or a trifocal, you need to have a pristine cornea. Your cornea should be aberration-free, should not have any opacity, no ocular surface problem. You should have a very strong capsule and a zonule. So you can put it at that point of time. The patient lives for next 30 years. What happens to his capsule? What happens to his zonules? Any tilt is highly unforgiving. It induces a lot of aberrations, especially any monofocal lens is very forgiving for a tilt or a decentration. Not these lenses, my friend. And macula, who can guess what is going to happen to his macula in the next 20, 30 years? All diabetics can develop CSME, you can develop CME. There are many things that can happen. Once you have a macular problem, you are stuck with a disaster that you're going to make things worse. Of all the things the patient side, you're going to buy all the patient problems just by putting a thing. But did you get the money for it? No, the company ran away with the money. You are stuck with the patient. So let me tell you, it's pristine cornea, minimal astigmatism, stable capsular bag, healthy macula, minimal angle kappa, mentally stable patient, emotionally very stoic, and probably someone who demands minimum after spending maximum. I think if you get such patient, Dr. Partha, please send it to me. I'm just still looking for one. Let me tell you, monovision is the panacea. See, I have a lot of experience in monovision. I have done more than 1,000 cases where you have done a micro monovision, very happy patients, many doctors, many ophthalmologists, not wearing glasses. See, proper monovision is one eye is emmetrope, other is -2.5, which can even, patient can read N6. Now, nobody needs N6 or J5 now. Micro or a mini monovision where you can make it myopic by -1 to 1.5 serves most purposes. And looking for an ocular dominance, if you can check the dominant eye and try to make it plano for distance, I think you have all our patients complaining. That is what I want to ask Dr. Partha. See, we are going to create like people who live in metros, cosmopolitan cities, or people who are Google driven. There may be few patients, but our patients are old. Most of majority live in non-metro places, and they are used to certain options or certain ideas about their surgery, and they ask for glass prescription. Whenever I do a cataract surgery, they say, when should I come for glasses? Okay, they have no qualms about it. And many patients who we prescribe generously the glasses, I ask them later, they never use it because they're fine. Because of monovision, 90% of the work, even more, is actually done. And most patients in our India, let me just probably reiterate, they have limited visual needs. I know they can be spectacle free. They are already spectacle free with monovision. And whatever extra money that you spent on premium lenses, actually they have been, we squeeze the money out of them and they have been fleeced by the companies, but it doesn't have any extra premium to the patients. So it's industry driven. Let us take it straight. It's a sinister plan. Creating that spectacle free vision is a universal need. Everybody has to be off spectacles. It's treated like corona. Okay, the spectacle is not corona. See, money to these companies. So the patient gives extra money taken by the company. But you are going to actually buy the headache. The patient expects the moon by giving extra money, and you are stuck because the patient actually has problem. I'm yet to see a monofocal monovision patient coming and saying that I am seeing less. But I have lots of patients who have actually removed a lot of lenses. We have actually taken out many multifocals earlier, okay, for problems. So it's monovision is, I'm yet to see a patient who complains in monovision. And actually many patients actually are very happy with wearing glasses. And please understand, even monovision is high tech. You need to be extremely precise in your biometry so you can create a micro monovision and to get the exact thing. So let us say there's a paradigm shift. Now we don't need anything. Most patients read from the screen. So there is actually need for intermediate vision, which is good with -1.5. And it doesn't break the binocular vision. We had actually problems about monovision, about binocular vision. You can have 6.6, N6. You can also have 40 seconds of an arc. That is something that is we can actually have stereopsis. And the very big thing is there's pseudo accommodation. Every emmetropic patient also can see sometimes N10, meaning that there is some spherical aberration, there is some small pupil giving rise to increased depth of focus, or is some kind of thing acting which actually can have a big factor. So let us say this trifocal or tetrafocal or whatever focal is yet mature. The diffraction problem, the light gets scattered, there's a reduced contrast. See what is important. Please understand, let us play the devil's advocate. If Dr. Partha, if you are asked to choose between clarity versus convenience, the clarity of crystal clear vision against the convenience of spectacle independence, as an active ophthalmic surgeon, okay, what will you choose?
Yeah, I think KP sir will ask this question directly as a rebuttal to Dr. Partha. This is the question, Dr. Partha.
Okay. Lastly, I would like to probably conclude. If you really have that much of conviction, you replace your Snell's chart in your OPD from Pelliropsin chart. Let your all trifocal, tetrafocal patient, let them score 2.1 out of Pellirops. This Sneller's chart is 120 years old, 100% contrast, black and white chart. Still we are using it because we are not dare enough to use a Pellirops. So finally, let me tell you, clarity is paramount, quality of vision is important, not spectacle independence. Minimal photic phenomena. Most patients are independent from glasses monovision, and we have a changing near vision. And let us make some money, boss. Why you want to please the patient, give it to the companies. Let us save money. Thank you very much.
Quickly, we'll move on to Dr. Partha. Yes, sir, 30 seconds you have. Whether you want clarity or clearance, convenience. Which one would you like to prefer, sir?
I want clarity, I want convenience, and we are moving towards that era that gives us convenience and clarity. There is no two doubt about it. Okay. He is speaking about COVID times. COVID times, where is the possibility of living 20 years? I want to live for the moment. I want to get rid of these glasses right now for the moment. Have you heard of something called jugaad? Jugaad? That's called mix and match. Lisa, I think I'll have to elaborate jugaad for you. You know, Lisa, mix and match is getting 6 in one eye and 618 in the other eye, and all the time the patient does this and this, and people like Dr. Krishna Prasad says, no, this is the best. You have to use both your eyes, see distance and near and everything. So this is jugaad for Dr. Krishna Prasad. Now he's taken out many multifocals. You know, I still have to see a surgeon who is so terribly against multifocals and the best of technology. He, in his own practice, is that big preacher that, yes, I am God. I am here for the masses. And who are these people they speak for? Dr. Krishna Prasad, can you identify this gentleman? Yes, with that Modi jacket. So I'm giving a hint. Yes, it is a politician who speaks and not my ARC leader who I knew so well for last 3 years. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, Dr. KP, you have exactly only 30 seconds, please.
Okay, only I'll tell you two things. Partha means Arjuna. And who was the charioteer? Who guided Partha? In the battle of Mahabharata. And number two, clarity, he said. I doubt the clarity of thoughts. His clarity of speech was excellent, but I doubt the clarity of thoughts. Thank you very much.
And sir, in case you want to get rid of your specs, I'm sure there'll be so many in this audience who will be happy to do that for you. You just give them a chance.
Great. Thank you, sir. Actually, this program is just going on and on. It's just going better on and on, because now we have nearly around 7,000 audience with more than 65 countries participating. I think the last debate is also a very burning topic. That is, whether should we increase or decrease. We have wonderful debaters, Dr. Mahipal sir and Dr. Lalit sir with us. And we have one more esteemed international faculty, Dr. Rodolfo, who will be speaking about his complex cases for 7 minutes, and then we move on to the debate. I request Boramani sir to please introduce Rodolfo.
Yeah, Dr. Rodolfo Mastrapasqua is Associate Professor of Ophthalmology at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, Italy. He has done his ophthalmology from University of Verona, and he was a research fellow at Moorfields Eye Hospital. He has learned his cataract and vitreoretinal surgery from Moorfields Eye Hospital as well as from Bristol Eye Hospital, UK. So with this short introduction, I request Dr. Rodolfo to continue with his talk on cataract surgery in difficult case, his way.
Good evening, everyone. And I would like to thank all the team, and in particular Dr. Amulia, for inviting me to this prestigious webinar. It was very interesting. Thank you very much. So I will speak to you about my way to manage difficult cases and how much impact this would have in the COVID era. So first of all, I would like to show you which are the which is the data set of the Royal College of Ophthalmologists regarding the risk indicators in cataract surgery. On the right side of the screen, you can see which are the risk factors taken in account for estimating the rate of posterior capsular rupture in cataract surgery. I want to show you this slide because I feel that it is quite important in this COVID era, in this pandemic era, to try to prevent as much as possible, and even more than normal, any possible complication in cataract surgery. This because our load of patients is dramatically decreased in the pandemic period. Just think that in my center we do up to maximum 5 cases per day, 5. And even in this case, no patients wants to really to come because they are scared to get the infection in the hospital, even if each patient needs to have an oropharyngeal swab before the surgery, but it's quite difficult to find patients. And when you have a patient, if you have a complication, you can imagine how much difficult it could be to find the slot the day after to make a vitrectomy or to take the patient again to theater. So it's important to avoid as much as possible complications. I will focus my talk, because of limited time, on those type of cataract in which we don't have a fundus view, because in this type of cases you can have a complication more frequently than other cases. So this is the case of brunation cataracts and white cataracts, in which I would advise to perform an ultrasound scan and electrophysiology tests in order to avoid surprises during surgery, and to see which is the functionality and the potential vision of the eye. So some tips regarding the hard rock cataracts. Of course, is important always to use the blue, to use endothelial-friendly viscoelastic, and make a large rhexis and be sure that the nucleus rotate before starting the phacoemulsification. This because we may need to increase the ultrasounds. I have to disclose that I mainly do phaco, but I think that the two techniques are good in the same way. I mean, the results are very similar in terms of vision and performance. Here you can see how you can make the nucleus rotate, and then when you face a very hard cataract, I would advise to make a very nice wide and deep groove in order to achieve a good crack of the nucleus, and then you can combine the type of surgery in the more comfortable way you prefer. So you can do a stop and chop, an horizontal chop, a vertical chop, or simply a divide and conquer. The important is to have a nice side to work. So if you do a phaco for hard cataracts, I would advise large rhexis and achieving a good rotation of the nucleus. Going on, there are not only brunation or very hard white cataracts, the white cataracts that can be also intumescent. And when you have an intumescent cataract, you have to take into account the possibility of facing an Argentinian flag syndrome. What is an Argentinian flag syndrome? I think everybody of you knows very well. Is due to the increased intracapsular pressure due to the liquefaction of the cortex, and so the pushing out from the internal part of the lens, which opens the capsule at the moment of the first incision of the capsular rhexis. How can you avoid an Argentinian flag? First of all, mandatory is to use Tripa blue, to use blue to state the capsule, and then choose the appropriate viscoelastic and make a small capsular rhexis, and then enlarge it consequently in order to have a good space. I show you some images. This is a case in which I put Tripa blue, but then I didn't wait enough before removing it. So this is, I think, is quite interesting. It was a mistake. I think that in this case, it's nice to show mistakes and learn from mistakes. I removed the blue too early, and then when I was doing the rhexis, I didn't have any stain, actually. I was doing the capsular rhexis as if I didn't stain with the blue. And of course, this increases the risk of losing the rhexis and then having complication, even if I didn't have any Argentinian flag. Here you can see that at a certain point, I just gave up and decided to stain again. But if you stain under viscoelastic, it's not efficient as when you stain the anterior chamber without any viscoelastic material inside. So it is for sure less elegant, but also more difficult. In this case, fortunately, I could finish the capsular rhexis after restaining the anterior capsule. Here you can see how you finish it properly. Another trick is to choose an appropriate PVD, OVD. The OVD I use is usually an high molecular weight OVD, and to make a capsular resi small and then enlarge it, because the Argentinian flag can happen also in a secondary moment, not only when you perform the first incision on the anterior capsule, but even when you are doing the final part of the rexis, you can see this hydrostatic pressure presses and opens the anterior capsule, and then like in this case, you have to finish passing from the accessory wound. Another case, of course, we have spoken about femto in this nice webinar, and if you have the possibility, femto is always a good choice in my opinion, because you avoid all the things that I was just telling you. With the femto laser, you can just stain after you do your nice rexis, and you can see that you minimize as much as possible the risk of Argentinian flag and loss of the rexis, and you just go and catch your flap and then proceed with your phaco. So if you have eye tech, it's always a good choice. Finally, another white cataract that is different from the others. Not all the white cataracts comes from the one that I said you until now. This is a traumatic cataract of a patient who had the primary repair and then had in a secondary moment a removal of cataract. Of course, here if you stain with the blue, you cannot see any type of capsule, and so it is a tricky case, and I would advise to do it in a VR theater, in a VR list, because the risk of drop nucleus is very high, and also the risk of vitreous bulk coming in the anterior chamber. Here is quite a soft nucleus, so I removed it with the IA, but then vitreous was coming in the anterior chamber, so I finished the removal of cataracts just with the anterior vitrectomy. It was a soft nucleus. Fortunately, there was no dropped material in the vitreous chamber, but this is just to show that white cataracts can be quite a wide range of clinical cases, and we have to be prepared to face every type of risk when we face it. Of course, be ready to face the worst scenario, but enjoy the difficulty, because if you start a case like this, it means that you like difficult cases. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Rodolfo. You showed an excellent set of videos, excellent quality of videos. We really loved watching it. So we'll have the panel discussion after this last debate. I think it's the mega debate. It's the president versus the vice president of the All India Ophthalmic Society. They both don't need any introduction. They both are almost like a pitamahas in the form of ophthalmology, and coming from the very reputed Center for Sight, which is one of the leading eye chain of eye hospitals in India and hopefully abroad as well, Maipal sir. So let's hear from you whether you want to decrease or increase the cataract charges. Patients are suffering. There is economic distress. The COVID has halted everything in the world. So Mahipal sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Srinivas, and it's a pleasure being here with the International Society for Manual Small Incision Cataract Surgery. And obviously the debate is, should we reduce our cataract surgery charges to make up for the patient's economic distress in the COVID era? And obviously you have chosen people from within the same organization to talk for and against. And I'm going to talk about for that, yes, it is a good idea to reduce the cost of cataract surgery for the patients. Now, whenever you are having a distress, obviously there is going to be an issue as regards demand. So the demand would be going down and you have certain things that you need to do. So one important thing is that there is an economic distress, which everybody knows this year is going to have the biggest contraction in the GDP of the entire world. So various figures are being said. In the US today, the unemployment rate is about 13-14%. In India, it has skyrocketed. So the problem is the economic distress which is there. This is one of the reasons that we'll be talking about, but it is not the only reason why I feel that we should reduce the prices. Now, whenever you have seen people take a big leap, if you have to jump up or you have to take a long jump, it's always a good idea to step back, to take a bigger leap and to go higher. And this is something very, very important, that to move forward, you have to give back. So that is something that we need to do. Obviously, it's a very difficult decision that we have at the present moment. But the answer to the whole thing is, will it make you happy at the end or will it make you unhappy at the end? So therefore, these are the couple of things that I'm going to talk about. Now, obviously, why is it a difficult decision? The first important thing as to why it is difficult is that there is a rise in the cost of surgery. Social distancing has to be maintained. So therefore, the number of patients that you can see or operate have to go down. And the economy of numbers that India actually revels in is no longer going to be available. So this drastic reduction in footfall is a major important thing. And why are we having a reduction in this footfall is because we need safety of the patient and we need safety of the staff. So there is going to be a hesitancy for going in for surgery by the patients. And there has to be obviously a possibility of, as you know, there are pay cuts and maybe laying off of staff, etc. And the future is basically uncertain as things stand today. Now, obviously, there is a danger of regulatory compliance and capping that has happened as it is in the state of Maharashtra. Now, what is very, very important is that if you look at estimates, there has been a significant decrease of about several lakhs of elective surgeries that have not been done because of the COVID due to the lockout. And there is going to be further delay that is there. Patients are having limited financial resources. And as you know, in India, the penetration of third-party insurance and for healthcare provision by schemes is much lower. So therefore, there is an out-of-pocket pay that has to be there. Now, the business community has been hit hard. There is an increased expenditure due to COVID. Each individual is looking at expenditure that can be avoided or postponed. And once you are looking at avoiding and postponing, there are several studies that have been done across the world where ophthalmology has been hit the maximum as regards any medical field. And therefore, elective medical procedures are coming down. And then let us come to the second factor, that is the fear factor. Patients are obviously apprehensive going out and more so into hospitals because hospitals are seen as hotspots for corona spread. Patients are what is known as nosocomophobia needs to be addressed. Patient needs to be attracted back to the clinic, and therefore you have to get the patients and your work coming back. Now, if you look at the blindness that is there, even if we had to reduce the blindness number to 0.3% by 2020, we have still not reached the target. And if we err on the side of increasing the charges just now, we are sure that this target will go higher and higher, and we will have more and more people going into the blindness. So therefore, you have to not undo the progress that you have made in the blindness control, and that's our duty to also keep up the tempo. Now, one important thing is that surgical eye camps are not going to be possible in the very near future. So there are going to be a lot of patients who otherwise would have got this charity surgery or camp surgery, and they would be pushed into this blindness. So what is the option that they have? Obviously, they will come to providers who are for pay. And therefore, these people would otherwise go into blindness if you don't offer them reduced surgery. Now, what I am talking about is not altruism. I am talking about pro-social behavior. An altruistic person will never ever demand everything in return for what they do for others and put their whole selves in the betterment and well-being of mankind at no cost, or even if they have to pay through their own pocket. But a pro-social behavior is an action which is carried out to help someone in need, with the intention of an internal or an external reward. So it is not that you are actually spending out of your pocket, but you are just curtailing the profits, or you are making somebody else subsidize the thing as it is. Now you have this altruistic, this 12-year-old girl who broke her piggy bank to pay 48,000 airfare for 3 standard migrants in India, or you have Sonu Sood who is in the news that he chartered flights and he has chartered this thing. So this is an altruistic behavior that is there. What I'm saying is that we need to have a pro-social behavior. That means that you will reduce your costs or you will reduce your margins, but you will bring back the demand. So that is something which is very, very important, that we have to give, and that is what we have to receive later. Now, the numbers can sustain the setup. What are the numbers that can sustain, which will bring in revenue and workload to prevent issuing pink slips? So if you are priced very, very high and the paying power of the patient is much lower, would you be able to sustain the numbers that is there, or would you be able to sustain the organization that you are running? And that is what is very, very important, that we also owe to the younger generation, that they should remain employed and they should be able to earn their livelihood despite the COVID epidemic having occurred. The other important thing is that there is the optics versus consequences. Optics is the way actions and decisions are generally perceived. And for those who are in India, they would know that the perception as regards healthcare and even in COVID is going down with daily media bashing. So therefore, what is very, very important is that this is also a golden opportunity for us to change the public perception. The profit motive and patient care, there should be an accountability that we should get, that because of COVID, we are reducing the charges and what it will do for you or your practice. So this is not an altruistic motive, but it is a pro-social motive, and that is that it will keep your inventory moving. You will have the numbers of the patients coming in, and that will generate a demand for the patients to come in for surgery. As also, what is important is that it will take out the fear out of them for coming into eye care centers. Obviously, there will be a difference to the related industry, which may or may not go belly up. But I think this is the time. I heard these debates. Maybe this is one time where we can be vocal for local. That means that you can cut your expenses. This is the time when instead of Phaco, we switch over to ISMSICS to reduce the cost. And this is the time when instead of doing the premium IOS, we do the more focus, because as a learned speaker said, SICS gives excellent results or good results as much as a femto or a Phaco does. And a monofocal lens gives as much as a trifocal. So maybe, yes, there is going to be a pressure on premium IOLs that is there. This is the time when we should do the jugaad. Jugaad, as Partha said, which means you are trying to be flexible in your approach. By reducing cost, you are doing innovation. So I think we need to do these innovations. And finally, I will say, as William Shakespeare said, one more unto the breach. Dear friends, once more, that is what we need till we carry out ourselves out of the COVID crisis. And maybe as we grow older, and that's what I feel, you will discover that you have two hands, one for helping yourself, the others for helping others. So I think this is the time when we can actually help the community. We can help help our own people who are working with us. We can help the industry, and we can help recover the demand.
Thank you, Maipal sir. That was an excellent talk. Sir, Lalit sir, there is 14 crore people who lost employment and the salaries were cut for many. Indian economy lost around 32,000 crore, that is around 4.5 billion every day in the first 21 days of lockdown. And if Indian economy was 2.8 trillion, only 0.7 trillion was earned. So do you think even in this economic distress, would you like to increase the distress on the patients by increasing the charges? Over to Lalit sir. Sir, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yeah, very well and clear, sir. We are all
Yes,
waiting.
we can hear you, sir.
And more than 7,700 people are waiting for your reply, sir, now.
Thank you, Srinivas, and the entire team of ISMSICS for having me here. And this is truly a global kind of webinar going on. And I heard that more than 65, 70 countries, 7,000 viewers. Truly great. Hats off to Amulya Sahu, Boramani, Parikshit, and Srinivas. You see, I am amused by Maipal's statement. Believe me, don't make this a political thing, president versus vice president or all these things. Maipal himself admitted that he's growing older and he's talking more like a politician, that he wants well-being of individuals and a biosocial behavior and help people in need so that they can give. Because I'm not bothered for blindness control activities and achieving targets of Government of India. I am bothered for my family and my money, believe me. And the topic is our charges should decrease to make our patients' economic distress. What about my economic distress, which I am going through? You see, I'm actually surprised, and I doubt Srinivas Joshi's motive. Has he deliberately put me into this position, into my boss, who gives me check? You see, I'm actually surprised. Not only surprised, I'm shocked. I'm shocked because Maipal talking of decrease is unheard of. He talks of decrease only for a purpose of debate. It may be okay, but Maipal talking of decrease, I have never seen for last decades, so many decades. So with the big namaste to Maipal ji, as well as to all the groups of panelists, I begin this debate, and believe me, all is well between me and Maipal. And debate is always to bring out the finer points. You see, both in favor and against, and debate is always a fun, as we have seen here. And so Maipal, we all know, is an excellent surgeon, able administrator, entrepreneur. Believe me, Maipal, everybody is looking at you and you guide so many people. And the word decrease, as I said, does not look good from your mouth at all. And believe me, therefore, I have crossed in the beginning only that you want to decrease. You see what's going to happen to everybody. You are aware of all these graphs. I have taken it from your webinar only, which you did for AIUS. You see, everybody is affected by economic meltdown. This includes countries, practices, doctors. And what Srinivas was saying, even though GDP is growing, my left toe, you see, I am also dropping everywhere. All the doctors are suffering. You see, for doctors, where does the money come from? Nobody does charity. You go to a tomato shop, 10 times he will not do charity for you. He will never be free of cost, anything. And who's going to give it to us? Nobody. Everybody thinks for his own self, not for others. You see, for decrease, therefore, is unheard of. It's not possible at all. You see, number of patients have decreased, there's no doubt. And this is the maximum you see in your peak time nowadays. And then again, you talk of decrease. पहले ही patient कम है और भी पैसा भी कम कर लो. What is this going on? And even in private hospitals, you should see this Saroj Hospital and Gangaram Hospital, everybody has a fixed charge, 3 lakh minimum charges, irrespective of corona stay. And still you talk of decrease. You see, even if you go to a store, they have started putting safety and hygiene fee there, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the total bill. This is my bill. Me and my daughter went there, and we have to pay this much extra. And you talk of decrease. So this does not enter my gray matter. Maybe I'm short of gray matter, but this does not enter my gray matter at least. And even if you see only one day liquor shop is open and there's a special corona fee you have to pay, and you talk of decrease, what is this going on? You see, broadly, there are 3-4 categories of patients which all of us see. Panel patients, corporate, CGHS, CGHS, and cash. You see, panel patients and CJ patients, they should be asked to bear all these charges, and we should be charging more. As far as cash is concerned, below poverty line is the only thing I will agree, we should helping them. We should go to the psychological behavior or social helping, biosocial behavior, which Maipal was saying, help them in need, all this which Maipal can do. But above poverty line, believe me, people who can pay, we should not decrease at all, and rather we should increase. You see, Corona times is not a short-term game now, and things are not going to normalize so fast, and we have to live in this new normal. And if we decrease, where will we go? Think of our families also. You are thinking of other side only. EMIs, rentals, etc., all go for a 6, and coupled with reduced income for everybody, salary cuts for everybody, no increments, no appraisal. Where do we go? You're talking of patients, you're talking of society. So it's a question of our livelihood also. You see, who pays for all these equipments? Glasses, gowns, masks, face shields, everything costs money. So, dear Mahipalji, namaste again. And I have a humble request. Who are we to take care of patients' economic distress? Because the title was Economic Distress of the Patient. Are we responsible? Have we created this distress? Are we the only people to help the society in need? Who created all this? You see, why should only doctors subsidize? Does anybody give us subsidy? We tried, AIS tried. How much did you get? Hardly anything. AIS also tried. Doctors are always the softest targets. Doctors are still beaten up or thrown away out of the even residential apartments. They throw out doctors, they will bring in COVID. Salaries are not given to doctors. You see, there was a strike by Gandhi Hospital. Doctors are having pay cuts. They're not being promoted. Appraisals taken a back seat. Not being given adequate PPE. What to talk of other things? Doctors are not provided PPE and still they are risking their lives. They are the front warriors. Mere lip sympathy and sprinkling of flowers does not help doctors, believe me, Mahipal. These utensil clapping and all these things don't help. What is ultimately required is finance and money. And if administrators today want to solve everything, God bless them. You see, believe me, if you start using charges, you are responsible for your own economic distress, and therefore decrease cannot happen. And what is likely to happen and should happen is increase only. And with this, I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Lalit sir. Now we'll go to the rebuttal by our President Saab. 1 minute of rebuttal by each.
So actually, Lalit missed the point. There is obviously what I said. It's not altruism; it is pro-social. So what is very, very important is that whenever you have to do something, you have to make a strategy. And within the strategy, the issue is that if you have 0 patients, you will go belly up. So the issue is to actually keep the tap running. It is not a question of drying up the entire tap and then saying that I am thirsty for water. What is very, very important is that there is going to be a reduction in the demand, which he has very rightly said. Somebody has muted me. Okay. So were you hearing me earlier?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Why don't somebody muted? Okay. So basically what I am trying to say is that this is a temporary measure. Lalit knows me well. You all know me well. I am somebody who always says that whatever is being charged in the city, I will charge 10% higher than that. That is not the case. There is a dramatic change in the scenario today where survival is at stake. And when there is survival at stake, you have to have what is there in the pocket of the customer or the consumer. And that is something very, very important, that if you have to create a demand, if you have to survive, you have to take out certain things, because Lalit would always want me to get Dork silicone oil and PFCL. If instead of that we get Arvind Orolab PFCL, we can reduce the cost and still make the money. So the jugaad, the Indian jugaad has to come in. Maybe this is the time that the Indian trifocals, which cost 1/3 the price of a trifocal, which is an imported one, you could possibly do that. And maybe if somebody is wanting a cataract surgery, we can have the SICS done instead of a phaco, because you have to change the packs and things like that. So all that I am trying to say from a strategy perspective, thank you very much, Lalit. You told me I am an able administrator, I am a good entrepreneur, people look up upon me. So I think strategically you are thinking in a very tubular manner, in only, as Rajshekhar said something about blind spot, etc. You are not able to enlarge your horizon of thought. The horizon of thought is that if there has to be a survival for the organization, for the institution, and for the staff members, etc., it is mandatory that you have to have patients. You can have a huge setup, but if patients are not coming in for whatever reasons, you will not be able to survive. So this is strategically right, better optics, pro-social. This is something that you have to help the community also at this particular time. and keep the tap on so that you have some revenue, etc., to sustain the livelihood of all the people who are working with you. So that's all that I have to say. He missed the point totally. It is not that we are doing charity. It is a strategic decision that one has to take for getting the patients back in.
Lalit sir, your 1 minute of rebuttal, please.
Honestly, I'll speak. You see, I myself do not have retinitis pigmentosa. Neither do I have tubular vision. I believe I'm a straightforward man. We have not reduced charges. Have you reduced charges for your femto? You see, saying in public forum is something different. We have not. So my strategy, I agree, you are a long-term strategist. I am a very short-term strategist. You look for society, I look for family. You see, I have to live, I have to sustain my family, I have to bear all this cost also. You see, needy patients, believe me, will still come. Although Californian cataracts and 9/6 cataracts may not come, needy patients will still come and get them operated. And believe me, they will still pay whatever because if patient is helped, they will definitely pay. You see, you are talking of a society as a whole. I am talking of individual needs of a patient. Patient cannot pay, he is poor, I will be the first person to cut off his charges, decrease the charges. But if patient can pay, why he should not increase the charge? Where should I go?
The patient normally does not come in because he knows what are your charges. So as you know, Center for Sight stands for a particular brand, a particular charge, etc. So patient knows your charges. So if at this particular moment they know that the charges are pretty high,
as far
they may
as
not wish to come in. In any case, I think you can blame Srinivas Joshi for giving me this topic.
Yeah, I know that. You see, that's what I'm saying.
I knew the last it is going to come on me only. I knew it.
As far as DORC oil and PFC is concerned, believe me, philosophy of my practice always has been, whatever I do in my eye, I do in patient's eye. Just because Corona has come, I will use oro oil. That's not my philosophy. You see, I do not want to use substandard, or question not of substandard. Question is, if I'm charging so much, I give him the best possible on my art. Because this is what I use in my eye. I tell the patient, ye aapke liye best hai, and he will agree for this.
I think we asked Dr. Chinmay also. Dr. Chinmay, can you unmute yourself?
Dr. Chinmay Sahu is...
he's a vitreoretinal surgeon by himself. So,
and also an SICS surgeon. So he can give us his opinion.
Would you like to use the Oro silicone oil and Oro PFO as described by Dr. Mahipal sir, or go with the dark one even in this COVID era? What are your views on it?
The Oro one works pretty well actually.
Before Chinmay speaks,
even Srinivas is a retinal surgeon.
Chinmay, has your retina practice gone down or cataract practice gone down?
Obviously, sir, the cataract practice is down compared to the retina right now.
Yeah.
Lalit, you can never make money out of retina practice. So we have 20 retina surgeons, big retina surgeons who switched over to cataract. Martha is a shining example.
But what sustained? What sustained? What sustained in COVID time? That is an issue.
I guess the intravitreals are keeping all of us going actually.
Yeah. Okay. Violet sir, you want to make quick comments? I know you are smiling from inside and as well as from outside. Yeah. Please go ahead, sir.
Actually, the debate was very good and very interesting. I go with what Dr. Mahipal Singh Sachdev was saying, because this is a time when you have to modify yourself to go through the storm. When there is a storm, you can't say that you will have the same size, same width and everything. It's best is to go through it. At the same time, what he was saying is not to make losses. That's where Dr. Lalit was missing the point actually, not to make losses. But this is a time when people, when their income is less, instead of buying 2 kilos, they may bring 1.5 kilos or 1 kilo. Instead of getting brand A, they'll go for brand B. This kind of adjustments are happening. And he made a very good point of local and vocal for local. It's a great thing actually. This is the time when we have to look at the thing. I think I go with that. He didn't mean that you just reduce the price and stay blind. He said, keep reducing price in mind and do every other possible adaptation so that everybody's distress is taken care. He wants taking care of the distress of staff, hospitals, everything. In fact, he was taking care more than what Dr. Lalit was saying. Lalit's strategy may work for 3 months and 4th month the tap may be dry. So,
Dr. Chinmay, you wanted to say something?
I'm sorry.
Both of them are my teachers. So,
sorry to butt in this esteemed panel. But as Mahipal sir rightly mentioned that, this is a time where probably the number of patients coming in might be lesser, and creating packages which could be more attractive could make sense. I think this is where MSICS can also come in, as sir himself said. I'm myself a high volume phaco surgeon. I do a lot of phaco surgeries, and I'm well versed with manual small incision cataract surgery. Maybe, getting in the skill of the small incision cataract surgery and reducing the overheads and keeping the packages economical could be a way forward, not only in terms of making it viable for us, having a reduced carbon footprint, as some of the earlier speakers have mentioned, and keeping us sustainable for the coming few months to years, I think.
Just to make it more interesting, Mahipal, will you now shift to SICS? No, not flex.
I'll have to go someplace without a quarantine to learn it.
Mahipal should do it.
Yeah. So I'll wait for that day that Mahipal is doing SICS, and I'll send a video recording to all the members of SICS.
We will appreciate that.
Fortunately or unfortunately, my femto percentage has not gone down despite the COVID.
So that's what I said. That's what I said. DD patients will pay.
But Lalit, the point is that basically you have to get
just a debate. This was just a debate. I wanted to make a fun out of it, actually.
I also
Srinivas told me to make it funny, therefore I made this. Thank you for the opportunity.
So so there was a pun intended when I said I will switch over to SICS.
We look forward to that, Dr. Mahipal, sir.
Yeah, we will definitely look forward to that, sir. And we'll have another webinar only on that, how Dr. Mahipal shifted to MSICS.
I will send a video. I will send you a video.
Okay. So any quick comments by Dr. Nayak, sir, and Dr. Hossam later on?
I think already I had made my points that basically somehow or other the MSICS has not been given due whatever it should receive, and somehow or other the Phaco has been glamorized so much that all others who are not doing Phaco and doing this exclusively this only, so they are looked upon as something as if, oh, you are untouchable, or you are something where you should not come with us. So this the feeling which whatever everyone has should go away, and one should have, because MSICS is art, is the actual art in performing good surgery. Phaco is basically or machine based. So basically there the surgeon's role is definitely much less as compared to good MSICS. And one just comment on Lalit, that Lalit was today talking more like a politician, because here keeping one muffler around around his neck, which is the very identity of a very famous politician in India.
Okay, Srinivas.
Dr. Srinivas,
yes, sir.
There are places where I would wish to interject in the earlier two debates, but since there wasn't time to see what actually happens, what Dr. Nayak said or anybody else says, ultimately consumer is the king. Even when I'm saying here, the demand, the consumer would be the king. If the consumer was liking, say, a surgical procedure, an SICS over phacoemulsification, the biggest practitioners would have been SICS surgeons and not phaco surgeons or femto surgeons. If you look at I'm talking purely on economic success, and I'm also talking on whether it's the President of India or the Prime Minister of India or a minister or even a big industrialist or a capitalist or even ophthalmologist, how many of them go in for a procedure like an SICS over phaco? What is very, very important, SICS is a great procedure. It is doing a lot of good work for a particular subset of patients, etc. But consumer ultimately would also decide in the earlier debate that was there, which is the trifocal versus the monofocal. If we were talking about earlier lenses which were not good, but now you are getting great lenses, and therefore now people are coming and actually demanding trifocal lenses. So you cannot fool the consumer You cannot make certain claims or non-claims which do not function. So you cannot be continuously telling a lie and the consumer will be falling for that. The consumer wants a topical surgery, consumer wants no astigmatism, goes and plays golf as early as possible, gets the best crisp vision, etc. And the consumer actually knows which gives you more satisfaction. And that is why when you look at high-end patients, they would all go in for phacoemulsification or MICS. I have yet to, Dr. Ravindra obviously has claims of a lot of great patients coming, but I have yet to see a top-notch guy going in for an SICS surgery, even after reading the entire net and doing all the research, etc., etc. I'm sure I may be wrong, but I think within, say, an Arvind Eye Care system, if an ophthalmologist comes for a surgery or if he comes to me, would I offer an SICS? Or even if David Chang is there, if he has a top guy who wants to come in for a surgery with a regular normal cataract, we are not talking about difficult situations where SICS is in this thing. Would he do a phacoemulsification or an SICS? So the consumer ultimately, even in the present situation, would be the king, that he would be actually driving the prices for at least the next 1 or 2 years till we get out of this long recession that we are all expecting.
Okay.
But can I come in?
Can I make a comment?
Yes,
Can I come in?
Yeah, you see, Mahipal very rightly said in today's
Yes, Sahu sir. And then we'll go with Dr. Lalit and then Dr. Vassam.
So consumer is the king, there's no doubt. But believe me, I feel it is the marketing companies which are become richer and they are the kings. Believe me, consumer goes by whatever doctor or the counselor explains to them. So whatever doctor will tell them or counselor will tell them, patient wants vision back. And so therefore, in this debate, it is the marketing companies which are becoming richer and they are the kings and they are the decision making.
Can I come in?
Yes, sir. Sahu sir, quickly, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Mahipal, please make a survey as a president of AIOS and see how many top SICS surgeon, how much they are earning. It is your perception, but have a survey, proper survey. Now that we have brought into SICS to a level where even our friend, have you heard the name that software-based SICS surgery? There we are giving bifocal with monofocal IOL, and we have brought SICS to a level where it will be prestigious all over the world. So it is time that AIOS does a survey and standardization and finds out how much. My friend Raut is charging 2 lakhs for the cataract surgery, and he has all the big guns going to him for SICS surgery. He does only SICS. You can go and see his OPD is like a marketplace, and he does all the
Dr. Rajiv Raut, sir. Dr. Rajiv Raut, including I think Mr. Bajaj is also his patient as well.
His charges are highest in India for cataract surgery, for SICS with monofocal.
So it depends upon
we
your
don't know
appetite.
Mahipal sir's charges. That is why you are saying his charges
I
are
have
high.
access to a lot of balance sheets of doctors. I don't, because of NDAs, I won't disclose that. So I have I have access to a lot of balance sheets for various things that we have approached. So let's I wouldn't want to say anything more than that. But if you look, maybe you have given us one name, for example. But the average ticket size of Dr. Keki Mehta's surgery or my surgery is about 90,000. That's the average ticket size. So that basically, I think making an exception never makes a rule. And if you look at any of the big overall enterprises, whether you look at Agarwal, you look at ASG, you look at Center for Sight, you look at Maxivision, you look at IQ, you look at I'm talking from a pure corporate point of view. All of them are pure Phacos. None of them do SICS, and they have turnovers from anywhere from 500 crores to maybe 100 crores. So that's the turnover that they have. So I don't know how many SICS surgeons have that kind of a turnover that they have. So maybe you have given me one name. I am not aware of.
Arvind Eye Care system would be having.
Arvind Eye Care is an NGO, sir. Arvind Eye Care is an NGO, and they are doing more. If you read their report, I will send you their report. There's nobody from Arvind. The number of phacoemulsifications is increasing. For all their paid patients, they are doing phacoemulsification, and it is not SICS that is being done. That is done for the camp patients. And just one thing about disservice, I think what is very, very important is that when a person, even from Arvind Eye Care, when the person comes out doing his DNB or masters, that person has got only 10 phacoemulsifications to be done. That I feel is a disservice that is being done, because then they want them to come back again to learn phacoemulsification. I think Rohan is nodding his head very well. So that is the problem. Today, even a person who has done 400, 500 SICS at Arvind Eye Care would come out doing only 10, 15 phacoemulsification. That is the kind of disservice that is being done. Had that person be trained for 200 phacos and 200 SICS, then he would not be going from pillar to post again to come back and learn phacoemulsification, because if he has to be successful in practice, he has to be a good phacosurgeon. So that is the kind of disservice that is being done, that phaco is not being taught in mass areas where mass surgeries are being done. It should not be excluded as a teaching thing. Yes, I have never learned phaco, because from ECC we went straight on to phaco, and SICS never used to be there. It came on later than phacoemulsification. But if you have to do a service to ophthalmologists in India, phaco should be taught equally as SICS in all these NGO organizations.
Quickly, Boramani sir, you had raised your hands. You want to make quick comments?
No, Dr. Sahu has also only covered that.
Okay. I think Dr. Hossam wants to just make a
say
quick
something.
comment.
Yeah, Dr. Hossam.
Okay, all my dear colleagues and friends, thank you for inviting me for this extremely super talks and debates and discussions as well. We are learning from all of you all the time. But I'm thanking my dear friend, Dr. Lalit. He is loving our voice about the income dropout, and I hope for you to sleep this night in your bed, not to be taken to anyway.
Okay. Quickly, Dr. Rodolfo,
I will complete another point. I think the only conflict in the era of COVID-19 about the difference between the phaco and the MCICS, after what has been shown by Dr. David and Dr. Rodolfo about the difficult cases, how to do with either with both techniques. I think there is no conflict as regard to the COVID-19. I mean that just the conflict could be considered in the era or the concept of the bilateral simultaneous phaco surgery or MCICS surgery, as shown by Dr. Steve. This what will be regarded in the era of COVID-19 because of the sake of time, the sake of visits, the sake of the fear of the people from the frequent visits, frequent operations, and so. But about the both techniques, I don't think there is a difference between both as regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hossam. Quickly, Dr. Rodolfo, what do you think about the charges in the Italy? What is happening there?
In Italy, is free, so there is no matter of charges.
So the government is paying everything, and
yes.
I think the same is that even in Toronto and Canada as well. Dr. Steve, you have to unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
That's not quite true. In Canada, we have a very peculiar system. Healthcare is free, but nothing that has any component of refractive surgery is free. So if we want to put in a different kind of lens or correct astigmatism or myriad things, use an IOL master, it's not covered. And what I said to you at the end of my talk, and what you've heard from Dr. Mahipal and others indirectly, is the same thing. When you give patients choice and there's any amount of money changing hands, you will see that you're going to go from extra cap to small incision, cataract surgery to phaco and to femto. As has happened in Canada, my patients now have a choice coming to me of getting free surgery or of paying partially for some refractive surgery or getting femtos. And I thought no one would ever want to have a femto. And now they come in asking for femto. And more than half my cases now are femtos. And I thought they wouldn't want to pay. But in a country where healthcare can be free, they're happy to pay because they perceive it as better. And in reality, I began doing femtos primarily for people that had a lens with phacodenesis, where I thought it would move and wasn't stable, or a black cataract. Because if you take a black cataract, as long as you can see the retina in any manner, you can easily do a black cataract with a femto, and it becomes like a 2+ cataract surgery. You break up the lens in 1,000 little pieces and it becomes easy. And so cases that perhaps you were doing manual small incision cataract surgery for because you felt that phaco could be difficult, they become easy. And so I tell patients when they come in and ask me for a phaco, if they have a 4+ dense cataract, I say, look, you should do femto unless you're crazy, because the risk is much, much lower. And it takes maybe a minute more than a phaco on a 20-30 cataract, and they come out just fine. And the same thing will happen in India as happened in Canada. Even with government support in Canada, patients will choose to do what they think is better for themselves. As Mahipal said, in the end, the patient is the one who decides. And they allot where their money goes to. And I tell my patients, you know, here's your choice. Do you want to buy 3 nice color televisions, or do you want to fix your eye better? Without a good eye, you can't see your color television anyway. So you might as well fix your eye and worry about your TV later. And that's reality. And as India becomes economically successful, which it has amazingly in the past 30 years I've been going there, the same thing is happening in India. I see the same changes as happened here. You're just about 10 years behind because, you know, America and Canada are wealthier.
Okay, so quickly with Dr. Rohan, coming to you, what's the situation in the UK? So I'm sure that majority again are the insurance based.
Well, as you know, most of it is the public NHS system, which is a similar system to Canada. The only the difference or the subtle differences which have been recently introduced, and by recently I mean maybe in the last couple of years, is the allowance of toric lenses. That they allow people who have more than 3 diopters of astigmatism to be eligible to get a free toric lens. But as Dr. Ashnav said, multifocals and those who need a more refractive outcome would have to look at private options. The only the flip side of it is a lot of it has to do with the kind of training that is done in the UK. Surgeons simply do not know how to perform an MSICS. A lot of surgeons simply even do not know how to perform extracapsulars. With the recent training, maybe the last decade of surgeons, if they find a complicated case, which they find that they would struggle or potentially struggle with the phaco, interestingly, because of the system, the cases are given back to a retinal surgeon. So which retinal surgeon performs the cataract, either with an echi or a phaco, because they anticipate because the case is anticipated to be more complicated. So I think a lot of it depends upon how healthcare works in the country and also the kind of training.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's depends on each country how they have because in India most of it is private and less of it is government. And let's go quickly to Dr. Partha sir. Quick comments. So what have you done? Have you increased or decreased your charges? In BBI Foundation, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
We have kept the charges the same, and we refuse no patients for charges. I mean, we did it in the past also, right now also we'll do, and in the future also. We refuse nobody for charges. Our charges are pretty high on the upper segment and very low on the lower segment. And that's how the group practice is working. And I think group practice, again, is one of the best potential practices that, as of now, the COVID has taught us that we need to be together, grow together.
Thank you. Dr. Madhu, you gave a wonderful talk on the carbon footprint in the operating room and how it is increasing. So you are more towards recyclable and reusable. So do you think that by using this, as Lalit sir said, the PPE and all the costs keeps on adding up more and more, but since you're using recyclable, so have you increased or decreased your charges at Kakinada and Sri Kiran Eye Institute?
Right now, we did not officially decrease, but whoever are not able to pay, we are giving a 10% off, just to make sure that they come in. Like, we don't want to lose those cases, as Mahipal sir has told. So somebody is thinking about not getting the surgery done immediately. Telling right now we are having an offer, you can get the discount of 10% if you are willing to get the surgery done now.
Okay.
Just to keep the thing going.
Great. Parikshit sir, last comments.
I think it was a wonderful seminar with speakers from so many different continents, and we have to thank Dr. Srinivas, our young and enthusiastic secretary, for moderating it all. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Srinivas,
sir.
Srinivas,
Lalit sir.
this is the best ever webinar organized, and thanks to this team of International Society of Manual SICS. So many, still I saw figures more than 8,000 at this moment. It's 10:49 at this moment, and still you see people are logged up. So hats off to you, to Parikshit, to Boramani, to all the office bearers, Sahu, Dr. Nayak, so many of you who have steered this society despite so many odds.
Great, thank you. Dr. Boni, your last comments.
Let me just unmute myself. I really want to express my thanks to everybody involved, and especially during this really difficult time for everybody, and especially for those folks in India. We're all watching. I know that your peak may be coming up, so our thoughts and prayers are with you all there as well.
Thank you. Dr. Lisa?
Thank you so much. It was just really inspiring to hear from everybody, and I'm just honored to participate. I look forward to joining you again in the future.
Thank you. Dr. David? Dr. Chang?
Yes, I just want to add, this is the one thing that's coming out of the pandemic is these virtual seminars that bring us all together from around the world, even though it's very early in California. But congrats to everyone for continuing to think about education and about helping each other as we individually cope with COVID.
Thank you. Dr. Weiler, sir? Last comment. You have to unmute, sir, unmute.
This is one of the best webinars I have attended, and not only me, so many people. Holding on to people for 3 to 4 hours is not easy. And we had excellent speakers and a lot of learnings. I learned a lot. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Naik, sir, last comment, please.
Thank you, Dr. Amulya Sahu and Dr. Srinivas. And I will again repeat the same comment what Dr. just now he said, that this is because I never sit for any webinar for so long, and I am always against any long webinar more than 90 minutes. But this is going to be 4 hours, and I am still there on. And just one thing I wanted to point out is just about the debate about Partha and KP, that one of very high volume, high-end cataract surgery. I will not tell you the city and the name of the doctor. And then recently about 3 years back, I saw him. He said, "Do you know I have got my eyes operated?" I said, "Oh, very happy. So that's good." And then I said, "You're not using glasses." Then I thought he must be, because he's using a lot of multifocal lenses. So must have got multifocal in his eyes. I said, "What have you got inside your eye?" He said, "Monovision."
Monovision.
So that tells us everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Maipal, sir, your last comments, please.
I think maybe you could ask Dr. Susan also, but anyway, I am really happy to participate being with the Manual Small Incision group. It's always a pleasure, and I love to give my point of view in this heavily loaded SICS group. Don't hate me for that, but I do stick on to certain things that I feel correct. But I think it's wonderful, lively debates, and I think international faculty was great. So was the national, and I think you guys arranged it pretty well. And I would like to echo what David Chang said, that I think what is important is that we are keeping the education going on. We are involving the ophthalmology. It's obviously a very, very difficult time, and instead of going into a state of depression, etc., I think this keeps the morale high, and it keeps the teaching and education going up. And I think we are connecting like never before with international audience and international speakers. So I think the new normal, at least I would say this is a positive that's come out of the new normal. And maybe webinars and saving money, as all of us want to on conferences, maybe the next new normal. Partha, apologies to you, but maybe webinar might be something that might replace physical conferencing over the next couple of months or maybe a year or something. But great show, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. We have another eminent faculty, Dr. Susan. You want to make your last comments, please? Is she there?
I am. Hello.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear me?
yeah. Please, madam. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to say this is the absolute best educational 4 hours I've spent in my entire life. To see all of you so passionate about delivering care to your patients. And I want to recommend that we listen to what David Chang said, and also to Professor Sanchez, that many of us didn't learn SICS. And so we have been pushing for Phaco because, you know, that is what the companies are actually encouraging us to do. And I love to see so many of you that are just bucking the system and putting our patients first. And I'm so excited that I had the opportunity to be with you all today.
Thank you so much. So I think we come to the end. Dr. Steve, anything you want to add, or?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. I've been really impressed that these webinars that originate from India seem to be the ones that draw the greatest crowds around the world, and over 8,000 is incredible. I don't think any of us have ever spoken to a medical audience at a meeting with 8,000 people in an audience. It's really very impressive, and it's interesting how passionate you all are. I'm starting to realize how old I am, because I actually never learned Phaco or ISMSICS as a resident. I learned intracapsular surgery. So I think we all have to be prepared to change and move with the times. And I've had experience in my life of doing intracapsular surgery, of doing extracapsular surgery, of doing some small incision extra caps, of doing Phacos and now femtos and mixtures of all of them in different complicated cases. And I think that's just part of life. And it's unfortunate that residents don't get a chance to learn a wide variety of techniques, because you never know when you're going to need them. And I thank your association for being so open to having a discussion with all of us, pushing different points of view from the things that we happen to favor at the present time. But I think, as you've all said, all the techniques are useful in different cases and good to know. It's been a great pleasure and honor to be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hossam, do you raise your hands? Last comment, please.
Yeah, okay. I just, I'd like to say at the end, after these all webinars, we have to make a deal between the phaco surgeon and the MCICS surgeon to be a friends, not to be debater at the end. Yeah, stop looking with the cute
They were all excellent debaters. That's why we chose them.
Yeah,
nothing personal in this, nothing emotional in this. Nothing. It was purely like how you have the disclaimers in the film that the characters are all fictitious and all. Here, some of the personal comments are all fictitious, so nothing personal to be carried. They are excellent debaters. We really love this session.
I mean that the cute face of the phaco, stop looking at the MCICS as a bloody face. And for my dear friend Bonnie Henderson, she said at the start that she is nervous. She's this calm phaco surgeon but nervous MCIC surgeon. I think you are now a breather and calmer with the MCICS, right?
Sahu sir is all smiling here. Sahu sir and Boramani sir are all smiling here. Thank you, Dr. Hassam, for that wonderful comments. Last comment from Dr. Ravindra sir. You disappeared in between. I'm sure that you had a nice food, and we are all still hungry, sir.
No. I didn't disappear. I was here throughout. I heard
just joking.
Comment that was made.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So from my heart of heart, I've done everything. I'm from All India Institute. I had the greatest teachers. I've tried everything in cataract surgery. At the end of it, I would still say, I would invite Dr. Mahipal to my institution, stay with me as my guest for one day, and I'll ensure that you change your mind.
Sure.
So M6 is a great surgery. You'll be the greatest surgeon because your hands are utilized instead of the machine. My fingers are utilized instead of command from my head going into the foot and then going to the machine and then it learning. It's a direct communication between the eye and my fingers. So I enjoy doing SICS.
Great.
Thank you. I think
If you stop the quarantine for people coming from Delhi, then I'll come.
Okay. I think Dr. Chang was raising his hand. Yes, Dr. Chang? No. Okay. Fine. I think we come to the end. Dr. Boramani sir, Dr. Sahu sir, final anything?
First, we thank everybody for a wonderful, and thank the moderator. You've done a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was a
Yes,
great,
Boram.
great,
The moderator has done a wonderful job.
Yeah, with lot of international and national faculties, and the attendance is 8,500. It is almost like AIOC.
How many countries?
In one.
Yes.
Just across 70.
Yeah, good. So we'll have more updates on the group. I think by tomorrow we'll get more updates, and then you can quit the WhatsApp group. We come to the end of this session. The planet, I think, has come to know a little bit about it, if not much. And that's how the name goes. The planet wants to know. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, debaters. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience, viewers from more than 65 countries who have made this program a great success. So looking forward to all your involvement in many such programs in future. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Joshi.
And team, including Raman, Rohit, Beslin, they have done a really wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Bye, David.
Okay.
Bye, Bunny.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Steve.